touched a lot of us. Yes, so I'm sorry, I just had a moment because I've been at 3 funerals last month. So, but just keep in your hearts and your minds the remembrance of the joy that we have spent with our loved ones and those that we have been around, and just celebrate them, not only during this month of Breast Cancer Month, but throughout. So thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I'm in for learning today. How about you? We have so much that's going on today. We have structured it the best that we could. So afterwards, we'll evaluate, and then we'll, make some tweaks if we need to make some tweaks at the next one. You see where I'm thinking? At the next one. Okay, so I am to speak to you about Afrodescendant. Everyone in here knows we need an identity as Black people. We need a collective identity because we identify different ways, and for us to go after our reparations, we need to go there as a people. So we want you to declare that you are Afro-descendant today and spread the word and get others to declare. Let's go through the definition. In your program, the definition is there. I don't see the page number, but 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like it's on page 4. The term Afro-descendant refers to descendants of people who were forcibly dispossessed of their homeland, Africa. Forcibly. We know what that means, right? And then I can sense trauma in that with force. Do you? Were transported to the Americas and the slavery diaspora for the purpose of enslavement. I hear intentionality in that. It was intended. It was a deliberate act. Deliberately transported us here, our ancestors, for enslavement. Were subjected to slavery. Some of the most heinous crimes, ethnocide, genocide, you name it. Some things you can't even think of happened to us. And some of those things are still happening now, but not in that fashion of chattel slavery. Something has to be done about that. Were subjected to forced, mixed breeding and rape. Forced mixed breeding and rape, that means, okay, we're not completely the Africans that we were when we first came over. Is that it? Yeah. We've been mixed. We've been bred. That sounds like animals, doesn't it? Chattel slavery. Have experienced through force the loss of mother tongue, culture, and religion. Wiped out an entire culture of people. We need an identity as a collective. Wiped out our entire culture. Wiped out the language, your mother tongue. We don't even know what we spoke. We can't get back to that. And I hear others, my white counterparts, Polish, any other people that can connect back And when I'm listening, I'm like thinking, oh, this is so great. And then I start thinking about myself. I can't connect back. I've lost that. So now it's time for us to do something for our children, so that they'll have whatever we have come to be now. They will have that, and they could connect back to this part, because we were disconnected from our family's legacy. And or have experienced racial discrimination due to lost ties or partially lost ties from their original identity. Does that sound like it fits us, Black people, here and throughout the slavery diaspora? Do you think it's time for us to have an identity? Would this be a good working definition for us to get started with? It identifies us. So as a collective, as a people, Afro-descendant is what we are, and we want you to accept that. There is a QR code. If you have not, you can go there and say that you are Afro-descendant. And let's spread our identity like our international brothers and sisters are doing. They are already calling themselves Afro-descendant. And for us to be connected, because we were all, again, as we read in the definition, transported for the purpose of slavery. We were enslaved, except for some that were able to get off the boat, but they were still on their way intentionally to be slaves. So those are the ones with partially lost ties. They are our brothers and sisters. They are Afro-descendants as well. So if you look on the page prior to that, at the primary goals, we had a summit last October 22, and at that summit, Dr. Raymond Winbush, Morgan State University, stated that we needed to organize the organizations. And a light bulb went on, because that's what I've been wanting to do, but I didn't term it that way. And I said, that is spot on. So I set out to do just that. We need to organize the organizations. We have our organizations here. We are going to be talking about a strategic reparations plan, a collective one, not with us disjointed as reparations groups working on our own, but we need to be speaking together in a collective voice. One voice of an Afro-descendant people, just to hear being people again. It just brings me such joy and pride with us being able to say that. Because African American does not really represent us. We're not completely the Africans we were when we left. We're not really European, which American is someone of European descent, right? Where do we fit? We fit with that working definition of Afro-descendant as an Afro-descendant people. So we're going to organize our organizations. We have intelligent minds in here. We have intelligent minds that have not made it here with us today as well. Some people had to call off, but they are still working with us and in support of us. Here today, we're looking at creating a safe as possible space for us to talk, for us to strategize. And my husband teases me about this all the time. I always say, together. We are going to do it together, civilly, respectfully. We worked too hard to get to this point to come in with any ruckus. As my brother, Mr. Robert Stubblefield, just stated, we will escort you out. Okay, and I'm an educator, I don't play. So please make sure that we are on our best behavior with each other. It amazes me how we can act with other people, and then when we get with ourselves, we just don't do right. Like, what's up with that? No. So we're not going to have that today. And we're not going to have anyone coming in here to disrupt our peace. Assalamu alaikum means peace be unto you. I'm wishing all of that to you today and always. And may we have peace with our collective of what we plan to do today. So let's reiterate some outcomes of what we want today. We want you to accept, Black people, that you are Afro-descendant. You can say, I'm African-American Afro-descendant. It's okay. You can say, I'm a Lost Foundation of Islam Afro-descendant. That's okay. You can say, I'm a Hebrew Israelite Afro-descendant. That's okay. You can say, I'm an N-Cobra Afro-descendant. That's okay. But we want you to accept it, wear it, put it on, show out with it. Make it cute. And make it the thing to do. And that everybody knows it. The President of the United States, I think he already knows. Because he's already doing, he's come up with some other little inaugural, what was it?
Commission, panel.
Right. Right. So, but what's happening now? The Afrodescendant Nation has stood up. We have organized with our other brothers and sisters to do a collective National Reparations Convention. I think that's echoing really loud, don't you? We have the audacity to do it. The audacity. The Honorable Silis Muhammad and Queen Mashaki Muhammad, and I thought I saw Ida Hakeem come in. There she is. Assalamu alaikum. Have been traveling back and forth to Geneva, Switzerland, working on reparations for us, got us an identity of Afro-descendant with a collective group of other Afro-descendant countries. So we didn't just decide on this ourselves. That collective group decided of 19 countries of Afro-descendants. That's awesome, right? Deciding for themselves. Thank you. Deciding for themselves, this is what we would be. And the Honorable Silis Muhammad said, let's give definition to it. You cannot have it without a definition. So we have a working definition here. I think it's a good working definition that we can work with. So I've had some brothers and sisters challenge me about African American. It's okay. We're all in this together. Like I said, just put Afro-descendant, African American, Afro-descendant. So my husband had someone that worked with him that was from Africa, a white person from Africa. And the person said to him, I'm more African American than you are. I was like, oh yeah, that's true. Born in Africa. Now you're an American citizen over here. Okay. Because we have lost some of what we were as an African. We have it, but it's mixed with lots of others. And it's okay because we are beautiful in who we are. We are resilient. Who else has arisen up from slavery, kept from reading 100 years, and look where we are? So somebody's got to pay for that. I'm just going to tell you now, so don't ask me this or that. Someone has to pay for that. Okay? Look at what the Jewish people did. They organized themselves as a collective and got things done, and they're still getting paid reparations today. Are you with me in going forward for our reparations without stopping, without backsliding? Yeah. Do you have my back? Yeah. Because I am not compromising with anyone over our reparations. It is our time now. President Obama, former President Obama, said the change that you're looking for is you, and I'm paraphrasing. We're the change as a collective. We're here together. Let's have a great day. Remember, be respectful, be civil, show that love that we have for each other when we come together in our communities together. And let's get our work done. And let's make sure that we stick to what we're here for. We're here to work together. We're here to decide. Those of you who need to make a decision, whether you're going to go and click on that you're Afro-descendant, because that's what we want you to do. And we're here to work together as a collective to come up with the strategic reparations plan. We want to make a comprehensive one. We want to have all voices heard. And those of you who are here at the convention, we will have you listed in that document, all of your names, so make sure we have the correct spelling and everything before you leave, that you contributed these ideas to our comprehensive strategic reparations plan. Thank you all so much again, and welcome, welcome, welcome to the National Reparations Convention. Assalamu alaikum.
beautifully said. Oh, hold on for a second. That was very beautifully said, my sister. That was very beautifully said. And definitely, now is the time for us to truly unify in the spirit of reparations. Before I get started and introduce our next speaker, I want to be part of a national database that we're putting together. So we have text reparations to number 877-506-2184. Again, text reparations to number 877-506-2184 to really help you and build a national database of, as our sister said, that way this reparations can be as comprehensive and holistic as we possibly can get. Now is not the time for compromise. Compromise is over. The next person doesn't really need an introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. Brother Kamm Howard is a Chicago businessman, a real estate investor, and an internationally respected human rights activist. He is currently, he had been the head of NCOBRA, which has been a long-time organization to fight for reparations, and I am very pleased to see that he is here today. Let's give it up for Brother Kamm Howard. Oh, sorry about that. Here you go. Thank you. Nice to see you again.
It is definitely a pleasure to be here among national reparations, activists, organizers, advocates. We are the ones who are going to make it happen. And we have to take what we hear from this conference, from this convention, and take it to our communities and do the work. It doesn't happen unless we do the work. Brother introduced me as the current co-chair of NCOBRA. I am no longer with NCOBRA officially. I'm a lifetime member of NCOBRA. I'm a 3-time elected national co-chair of NCOBRA, but I'm currently the executive director of Reparations United. And we created this organization similar to the same reasons that you called for this convening. We have to be united on principles, and we have to be united in action. I'm titling my opening address, Now or, we don't know. Not going to say that, we're just going to put it out there, now or, it depends on us. We're not going to say never, but we're in this crucial period that it may be never. It's up to us. And I'm subtitling it Unity or Death. And I'm not talking about death to us, but death to the reparations movement in regards to a federal piece of legislation. If we don't unite right now at this time, seeking federal redress may be beyond our ability to achieve that. That's how crucial this point is in our efforts. We have been pushing for a federal redress bill since Congressman Conyers introduced it in 1989. The National African American Reparations Commission, which I'm a commissioner of, we revised the bill in 2017, turning it from a study bill to a remedy bill, mandating that the commission also create proposals for redress, not just recommendations, but actual proposals. That bill went as far as it can go last congressional session. We had 217 co-sponsors. We only needed one more co-sponsor to pass that bill out of Congress. But we always knew that even if it passed out of Congress, we weren't going to get this bill passed in Congress. Our efforts 5 years ago, when we started pushing for this bill to be pushed out of Congress with Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee's leadership, was to demonstrate to the Democratic Party the political will of the party, demonstrate to the president the political will of the party to push this legislation forward, and then having the president then create an executive order. We did that. 217 co-sponsors in the Congress and House. We had a Senate companion bill introduced for the first time since Reconstruction. We had the Speaker, the Senate chair, sign on to the Senate bill. 10 of the 20 committee chairs in the Senate signed on to the Senate committee bill, as well as 10 other senators. So we demonstrated that there is political will within the Democratic Party to pass this legislation, but because the way this country the Congress is set up, this bill will be a bill that's filibustered in the Senate. It would never get out of the Senate because you need 60 votes in the Senate to block a filibuster. There's not been one Republican on this bill since the introduction of this bill. And to think we're going to get 10 Republicans is ludicrous. It's not even a function, we're not even functioning in reality. So we always knew this bill had to come through the president. And so now, that we've demonstrated this political will to the president, our efforts now are centered solely and focused solely on getting this president right now, not after the election, but right now, to create an executive reparations commission through executive order. Unfortunately, the commission process is what we have to go through in this country for reparations. That's what the Japanese had to go through. They had to get a commission first. We should be able to send a reparations bill to Congress, but again, it's not going to pass in Congress. We just don't have the votes. This process prohibits us from passing something of this nature in Congress. It can only come through executive order. The time frame that we're working with is very narrow to get this established. We're talking like within the next 3 months, putting the type of pressure on the president within the next 3 months. And even if we get it established in 3 months, we're talking 4, maybe 5 years before redress comes to our community. 6 months, if we get it established in February of next year, it takes 6 months to seat the commission. The commission has 2 years of work to do. Then it's going to take another 6 months to 12 months or even longer to get legislation established. Then we had to fight to get the legislation funded. It took 18 months for legislation to be established after the Brown versus Board of Education ruling. It wasn't that immediately after the ruling, they created legislation that put desegregation in effect. There's a process. And if we take this process forward the way we're imagining, it's still about 4 years at best before we get resources into our community. If we don't win at this particular point, we're talking after the election or maybe the next presidential election, and then we're talking 12, 13, 14 years. Now, I've put in 20 years already in the movement, and I'm tired. But there's some young people here that we're motivated, but I still got some years left. But I don't think I got 12 years left. Don't ask me for 12 years. So we're going to make this happen right away. I'm a student of Dr. Amos Wilson. Dr. Amos Wilson wrote the book Blueprint for Black Power. And in that book, he talks about 4 forms of power. There's force. You can physically, militarily, economically make someone do something, even if it's against their will. There's coercion, which is a threat of force. You're going to threaten to take advantage of your strength and make someone do it. You may not even intend to do it, but the threat will cause them to do what you want them to do against their will. Then there's influence. Influence is where a person or a community or nation believes that you have their best interests at heart, or that you're the expert or you're the authority on a situation, and then they'll do what you want them to do based on that belief that there's, that you have a superior position as far as knowledge and information. And then there's manipulation, where you get somebody to do something they don't know what your true intentions are. At this time, we have tremendous power. Tremendous power. The challenge is we haven't been told that we have this tremendous power, and we haven't been taught how to use it. And over a 60-year period, unintentionally, we wouldn't even intend to build this power, but over a 60-year period of voting primarily in the Democratic Party, we have built a particular amount of power within the Democratic Party. We are 20% of the base of the Democratic Party. If you take all other people of color combined, they're only 19%. We're 20% of the base. We have been the deciding vote since Kennedy. We put Kennedy in office, put Carter in office, we put Clinton in office twice, we put Obama in office twice, and we put Biden in office. The Republican Party wins the majority of the white vote every year for the last 70 years, every election for the last 70 years. If it was a contest just among whites, Republicans would have been president with the exception of LBJ since Truman. You have not had any Democratic president. It has been the black vote that has made the difference. That's a tremendous amount of power. Right now, the Democratic Party recognizes that they are dependent on the black vote. When someone is dependent on you, you have a lot of power. Your children depending on you, got a lot of power in your house if your children are dependent. Once they get to making their own money and all that, you don't have that power no more. But as long as they're dependent on you, you got power in your house to set out some rules. The Democratic Party has recognized, and it's not just Kamm Howard saying it, they're saying it, that they are dependent on the black vote. And I'm going to read a few things. In April of 2020, right after Biden won, Vox magazine said Joe Biden owes it all to African-American voters. In 2021, Vox, that was New York Magazine, in 2021, Vox reported the black vote is key to Democratic success. Biden could not even have been competitive without it. April of this year, Time magazine wrote, black voters gave Biden the White House. They may determine whether he stays. Black voters gave Biden the White House. They may determine whether or not he stays. Right? The writer concluded by saying, plainly, you can't win the nomination, Democratic nominating committee. You can't even win the nomination or the White House as a Democrat without the black vote. And then finally, this is one from the Washington Post. Now, these are the major mainstream publications in America saying that the Democratic Party is dependent on who? On the black vote. That's power. The Washington Post said, and they echoed the Time writer by saying, the black vote will be crucial in a Biden bid for re-election. That's the power we have. And not only are they saying we have this power, they're saying that we're worried we're not going to keep it. We're worried that they won't be able to get our votes. And there's tons of articles talking about how they're worried. And one is the Democrats fear low voter turnout could hurt Biden's reelection. Failing black support by Biden has Democrats worried. In the final push for votes, both parties court black men. Black men say they feel ignored by politicians. Democrats have a problem with black male voters. They're targeting a tremendous amount of resources right now toward the black male, especially young black male. Who do we have to be targeting? The young black male. That's right. We got to be in the same place. But our message is different. And I'm talking about what our message is in a second. But we have challenges. Our two challenges is that this power won't last long. We have a short window to utilize this power, and that's this election. As migrants and the immigrant piece become more and more of a challenge in this country, they're going to give migrants voting rights. They're going to give these immigrants voting rights. And they're going to come to the Democratic Party, and they're going to weaken the black vote, the black position within the Democratic Party. We've seen how immigration has already affected what immigrants get above us. They got a DREAM Act. They got an Asian hate bill, right? The more immigrants come to America, hurts our power base. Now, we're not against immigration, but we're against the weakening of the power that we possess right now. We have to utilize it right now because we can't change that fact. That's out of our control of how many people come into this country. But what we can control is how we utilize our power at this particular point. The other challenge is, just because we have it don't mean we'll use it. We got to educate our people about us having this power, and then we have to have a campaign to utilize it. I'm calling on a national campaign entitled Earn My Vote. There are some people saying no reparations, no vote. I think that's a message that we don't want to put out at this particular time. The message should be, because we don't want to give up our power. So we don't want to say, no, I'm not going to vote, or I'm going to vote Republican, or I'm going to vote third party. Not at this particular point. We might have to say that later, but we don't just give up our power without utilizing it, without seeing that it doesn't work. So our message is you have to earn our vote. And we're telling black men and black electorate, that's the message. You have to earn our vote. And to earn our vote, we want a reparations commission, nothing less. You know you're dependent on us. We know you're dependent on us. And we will vote for the Democratic Party because this is in our best interest. We're not going to get reparations through the Republican Party, point blank. It's in our best interest, but we're not going to be taken advantage of any longer. The national campaign is to assert our power to coerce the establishment of an executive order by this president. Now here's what Dr. Amos Wilson said about a coercer, which is us. We are the coercer. A coercer may succeed even without possessing the capability or the intention to use force so long as the power subject believes he has both. Now I've already demonstrated, they already know we have the capability to use force, the force of withholding our vote. They already know that. They stated that they're dependent on us. They know we have that capability, but they don't know that we have the capability to, or the intention to use it. That is what we must demonstrate in this movement, that we have the capability and the intention to withhold our vote or to willingly vote for this party, because again, you're going to need a Democratic Congress to pass the legislation. Once the commission is established, the commission puts forward its proposals, then those proposals have to be crafted into a law. We're going to need a Democratic representative to craft that law and push that law through, and then we're going to need a Democratic Congress to allocate the funds, the resources. So we need there's a dependency on the Democratic Party that we also have. So you have people talking this Republican thing, and we may, there may be some things Republican administrations can do, but it ain't reparations. So let's keep that clear. If we're strictly talking about reparations, it has always been a partisan issue in this country since the Dixiecrats moved to the Republican Party. It was a Republican issue after enslavement, but when the party shifted, it became a Democratic issue. And I'm going to conclude.
Could everyone stand, please? The Honorable Silis Muhammad and Queen Shaki are entering.
So I'm going to conclude with a call to action. As a reparations activist, organizer, we don't leave spaces without, leave the microphone either without a call to action. And we know there's going to be a conglomeration of calls at the end of this convention. But we have to have a national campaign where we're trying to earn our vote. Today we have these postcards. There's a postcard of a wreath in front of the White House gate. And the White House is in the background. There's a brother, Pastor Turner, who walks every month from Baltimore to D.C. and lays this wreath at the White House, demanding an executive order by the president. It's approximately 40 miles from Baltimore to D.C., and it's 40 for 40 that he does. And on the back of the card, it reads, President Joe Biden, let's win together. The Democratic Party desperately needs the black vote to win in 24. Black voters need a commitment now to preparatory justice, establish a reparations commission by executive order now. This is how we win, and the only way you can win. Let's win together. Time is running out. So it's a clear message that we understand our power, we understand their dependency, and this is what you can get this is what you have to provide in order to get what you want. We had to get what we want as well. It has to be a win-win situation. No more waiting till after the elections and promises. We're not going for that. We're much more mature electorate now than we were in the past, and we're going to exercise that maturity and exercise our power. We have 5,000 of these outside. They're packaged in hundreds, in a 100 package. We want everyone here to take 100 back home with them. Get 10 people to mail 10. That's $8. Stamp is 80 cents. If you're down for reparations, you put $8 into the movement. If you're an organization, you can put $80 in the movement. Buy the stamps yourself. The White House gets about 65,000 pieces of mail on a weekly basis. We want these going out by Wednesday. That means every 13th letter that comes into the White House, they're going to get this wreath. It says reparations now. This is more impactful than a petition drive trying to get 100,000 signatures. We can do this in 3 days. And this is just the opening salvo of our campaign, our national campaign. You got to earn our vote by establishing this Reparations Commission. We'll also have a form out. We're asking every one of you to be a partner organizations in this campaign, and that we collectively build this pressure, coerce, force, or use coercion, the power that we possess. You can't walk out here without knowing you got power, that we got power. Now, you can walk out here and say, I ain't going to assist in utilizing it and implementing it, but you cannot walk out here and say you don't know we have the power, because we have the power to do this. And we have to amplify our voices with a national campaign to make sure that this president understands that we have every intention also to use this power. They know we have the capability, but they don't know at this point whether or not we have the intention to use our power. And we have to get this message out. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Brother Kamm. We're just going to take a quick minute real quick. Let me just disconnect this. All right, there's going to be a quick transition. I know Brother Malik Shabazz said he's going to be coming around 1:20, and then he'll get the keynote speaker. So we're going to transition into our panel. We have a very esteemed group of panelists here. We have with us Prince Yosef ben Asiel of the Hebrew Israelite Nation. We have ourselves Queen Harriet AbuBakr, the Esquire, lead counsel of the Afrodescendant Nation. We have Brother Willard Lett, the male co-chair of INCOBRA. And we have Brother Reginald Muhammad, the founder of the National Reparations Institute. All right, so Prince Yosef, let me just start off with you for a second. And also, you all have microphones in front of you, so feel free to turn them on. And okay, okay, good. That's all I'm saying. Yes, sir. All right, good. So Prince Yosef, let me start with you. Why reparations now, in your opinion? Why reparations? Why is now the time to pursue reparations?
That's a beautiful question. I first want to thank each and every one of you for participating in your future and your salvation and the future of our generations to come. And a special honor and thank you to the Honorable Silis Muhammad, Queen Mashaka, for having me and all of us here to convene on such a serious topic. The time is now. It's always been now. But the difference is we understand the importance of now. We have been victimized not from a lack of intelligence, ingenuity, creativeness, but a lack of unity. And not in the sense that we all have to conform to each other's beliefs or ideological perspectives, but unity in the sense that we have a uniting idea that brings us together, that irrespective to where we find ourselves as far as religious persuasions or political backings, that we will push this idea out front. If we don't understand the importance of reparations, we don't understand the importance of power. Every people on the planet has the ability to self-determine, meaning they have their ideals, their principles, their morals, their objectives, their mission statements, that irrespective to who they're in front of, they speak them boldly, loudly, and clearly, and they do not concede to somebody else's threats. We have to have that same position. We have to have that same narrative. We have to understand that power is not given, but it is taken. And power only concedes to power. So our unity, so teaches the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, is greater than any nuclear atomic bomb. But our unity must be used strategically. And so the Afro-Descendant Nation has come up with this beautiful term that we can align ourselves with. We have to use it. Why? Because nothing else is working. It's simple. And only a fool continues to repeat the same mistake over and over again, expecting a different result. So let's really buy into our salvation. And then, once we get our reparations, we can actually start to repair ourselves. Because again, reparations is the ability at the end of the day to have self-determination. And we determine now is the time, and that's why it's important. So.
Wow, that is, woo! Man, you said a word right there. You know, one of the words that you mentioned was the word pursue, and this is a question for Queen Harriet. You know, why pursue reparations at the international level?
Well, that's a long, drawn-out question. It's going to take a few minutes. You want me to start that now?
Yeah, you can go ahead. You can go ahead and start that now.
Okay. Well, before I get into that, in order for you to know a little something about me and know how I got to this point, I just want to go back a little bit in history. Now, I was introduced as an attorney friend to his wife, and he said, baby, I want you to come in here and meet Harriet AbuBakr. She says, old as dirt. I said, oh, my God, I'm old, but old as dirt, you know. So it goes back a way. But what I want to start with, how I got into this international set and my interest in human rights in the first place. Back when I was about 16, I had the pleasure of meeting the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I had become the girlfriend of his youngest son, Akbar, and he was curious about me, and I was curious about him. So he invited me, he and his wife did, to come to dinner. So from that point on, we just got closer and closer together. I was 16 at the time. I had lost both of my parents, so they became secondary parents for me. We did marry, Akbar and I, and we were assigned to New York City at the time. Right around 1960, something happened in New York. It had to do with the Egyptian ships coming into the harbor and not being allowed to dock there by the officials. So right away, the Egyptian government called on Malcolm X at the time, and Malcolm was under the tutelage of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad at that time. Malcolm put out the word to boycott and not do business with all of the stores in Harlem. And within a week, that lockdown at the shipyard was over. So we began to see the power of unity as a group even then, back in the 60s. And the Egyptian government, Kamaal Shabazz he was president of then, he had joined with Syria. They were the Jumhuriyat al-Arabiyyat al-Mutahida. So those of you who know. They decided it would be very good if we could have some kind of coalition and establishment of friendship between Egypt and the Muslims in the United States. So between Malcolm and Elijah Muhammad, they shipped Akbar and I off to Cairo, Egypt. And we stayed over there for a period of 2 years, acting as cultural attachés between the two governments. And it worked out quite well. We established a relationship together, and we were able to learn a lot from each other. So this is the international background that I started experiencing at that age, and I think I was in about my 20s then. It was an emotional state at that time because I was going to the American University in Cairo, and it was during the period when the Palestinians had been in concentration camps. They were very, very bitter about their fate, as you would expect. And all the subjects that we talked about at the collegiate level always had to deal with that subject. So human rights was alive and well at that time. Akbar was going to Al-Azhar University, and he was studying Sharia law. So he was learning one thing, I was learning another. I was in an American university that was purposefully set up to accommodate Arab students that had planned to further their education in the United States, a master's degree, doctorate degree, whatever they choose. So all of our credits and everything that was done and the program that was formulated were always formulated to transfer every single credit back to any American university of their choice. So it was a good relationship. That was my first kickoff into the international world. We had a chance to meet with each other at parties and get to learn how to lobby when you were doing that. They always called us the soda pop kids. So that was my first introduction. Then I went on with my own personal agenda. I finished my lower level at UCLA. Then I went on into law school at UCLA. When we finished up with all of that training, and I took the state bar with UCLA, I first took the first year to see if I was going to like it. The state of California has something they call the baby bar. You might be familiar with it. If you take the baby bar and pass it, they will allow you, they give you credit for all of your first year student courses, and then they let you start at the second year. I got this invitation from UCLA School of Law, and they said, Mrs. AbuBakr, we think it's very wonderful that you finished this and you passed the state exams and everything, but we have our own special way of doing things at UCLA, and we would like you to start over so that you'll get that special type of training that we give there. Well, that didn't sit too well with me, having put in a year's worth of work already. But I went along with it. And I found out from studying there that they had set up a program wherein the students who were minorities were given special education so that they could compete with the students who were whites there and from a different socioeconomic and background situation. And I had one of my Jewish professors, I think in contracts, approach me one day. And he said, Harriet, how many white students do you have in your study group? And I laughed at him. I said, oh, come on, Professor so-and-so, you know doggone well there's not going to be any white students here that would want to be part of a black student group. And he said, well, how do you know, Harriet? Have you asked them? Have you gone after them? I said, no, I haven't. I didn't really think I thought it might be a waste of my time. He said, try it. He said, you know so-and-so, and he named someone in our class. When I want this kind of an answer, and he had given me an hypothetical, I call on that guy. when I want another type of answer, I call on so-and-so. He named about 3 students in our class, and he was right on it. And he said, you are going to have to learn these students here while you're in law school, just like that. Right now, you're students with each other. You are learning how each other thinks. When you leave this school of law, you're going to be enemies. So you better know how each other think. So I listened to him, and I decided it sounded like pretty good advice, because attorneys are trained to be paid warriors. So I went around and recruited Jewish students to become a part of our study group. I'm glad I did. It made an instant improvement in our study group right from the jump, because mostly black people in here today, we got to have a little party, a little social hour before we get down to the nitty-gritty, you know. See, I'm getting some response there. I know you know what I'm talking about. So we had certain problems that we had to solve during the student group that we got in advance and we prepared for. And we would do that. But by having the Jewish students involved, our folks got more serious. We were all down to business, and we all were on top of it. Everybody was very serious, no play. And it worked out to both of our advantages. Now, I didn't tell them this was repeat work for me. You know, I've been through the first year law subject. So when they would get all hung up on something, I'd look at them and I'd say, did you ever look at these facts and see a continuing offer? And their eyes would come alive. And they would say, no, I hadn't thought about it as a continuing offer. Oh, Harriet, you're so smart. I said, yeah, right. So we go on through that, but we learned from each other. That first year of law school, they put you through something called moot court. And we would have our moot court competitions, and usually I would have a female partner. Every single competition, the women would win. And then the men would look at each other like, what's wrong with me? They actually felt like something was wrong with them, because should no woman beat them doing anything? But that's not the way the world is. Come on, let's get real, you know. And it would just tickle us women, but we did it. We did it all the time. We whipped them up one side and down another because they were not prepared like we were. We did what we had to do. I was a working mother at the time. So I had 2 kids at home and a husband that was helping me out in law school. And I had to leave like 11 o'clock at night. We were in the library, you know. My Jewish partner would say, Harriet, don't worry about it. I'll Xerox the cases we need, have it ready for you in the morning. I say, okay, that'll work. And so she'd do that, and she was consistent, and she worked hard worker. And so we got together that first year and got through pretty good working together. So we went on with that, got through law school, took the exams. Then my husband wanted to move us to Georgia. I'm just now getting registered with the state of California. And California likes to play rough. They pass only 32% of the people sitting for their bar exam. And 32% of people with doctorate degrees in jurisprudence. So that tells you something right there. Because if everyone sitting there has a doctorate degree, then 32% is nothing. But this is the way they did it. So we did that. I practiced in California for a while. Then I came to Georgia.
Excuse me, Queen Harriet, can you just speak into the mic a little bit?
Oh, it's not. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's just the people that are listening online that said they couldn't hear you. So can you just
Thank you.
No problem.
So when I came here to Georgia, Georgia had just decided, they had a change of laws. They decided that practicing attorneys in other states no longer could take what they call an attorney exam. They had to take the Georgia state. So I said, all right, no problem. Took it, passed it, and then started my practice here in Georgia. Not while I was into getting my business set up, because, you know, it is a business. We have to find clients. We have to make our own money. I get this invitation from my dear husband, the Honorable Silis Muhammad, and he's sitting right over there trying to hide from you right now. He said, Harriet, you need to go into the United Nations. It's a subject we had talked about in the past, but I hadn't given it much thought. I was too busy trying to put my law practice together. But he said, go and learn something about the United Nations. We're going to need it in the future. And so that's what I started to do. I didn't know up from down about the United Nations. I decided to do a little research on it before I jump on a plane and go over there. And I met a brother called Yosef, Dr. Yosef in Clyde. And how many of you have heard of him before? Good. And his NGO, which had consultative status, was called Iran. And I think that stood for International Human Rights for African American Minorities. He basically operated out of United States and Canada area. So Dr. Clyde took me under his wing and would allow us to make interventions that my husband wanted to make in regards to our condition here in the United States. We did this for a while. Dr. Clyde has suggested that in order to get some training in how the UN works and functions, I attend some classes that were being offered. I attended those classes, and we were taught how to lobby, where to lobby, how to push your cause, and I was put under the wing of a Dutch attorney at the time. And this Dutch attorney told me, Harriet, I'm going to tell you the truth. You're not going to get any recognition in the United Nations until you come consistently and push your cause for 7 years. After 7 years, they'll start actually looking at you as a serious entity. So I said, 7 years? I wanted to practice my law. I didn't want to be coming back here for 7 years. But it's something that he had learned from experience, so I took it to heart. This attorney would take me around the floor of the United Nations, and he would introduce me to key people, and he always did it in French, which I thought was a little suspect because he knew I didn't speak French. And every time he would introduce me to someone, they'd be looking pleasant and everything, and then all of a sudden, their eyes would go up like that. And I'm going, oh, Lord, what is this man saying about me? I have no idea, you know. But I went along with it anyway. But basically, I was not hiding from our purpose there We came there with the intent of raising interest in the level, at the UN level, for our need and justification for receiving reparations. Now, we started that back in the 90s. That's how long we were doing that. And it came along pretty good. We would have these little UN parties at night sometimes, and we'd socialize with each other, get into discussions. And one woman came up to me, and she said, "So, Harriet, what brings you to the United Nations?" And I told her, "I'm here fighting for reparations for black people. Not just black people, but all of the black people in the slavery diaspora." And her eyes bucked, and she forgot herself. She said, "Wait till the State Department hears about this," you know. So she just let it hang out there. So we said, all right, that's the way it is. But we weren't trying to hide our purpose. So human rights people suggested that we take a course in understanding the United Nations, how it's set up. You know, it has its commissions, subcommissions, working groups. It's the working groups that do all of the real work. And they sent us to The Hague, the Netherlands, for a week. During this time, we got a little more training on how to work and work the UN. It was very useful, very interesting. And at the end of that week, they put together a special team of people to summarize everything that we had learned while we were there. This will surprise you, but one of the things they used during that week's special training was the use of Liechtenstein. How many of you have heard of the country of Liechtenstein? A few people have? Good. It's kind of like an ecclesiastical principality. It is, in fact, a principality based on heredity. They speak the German language. They're somewhere there between the Swiss Alps and Ukraine, I think. I think that's their area. And we found out, with help from the UN, that this was one of the smallest countries on earth. It was a city-state, basically. And they didn't have a lot of services available. So what they did was they contracted with their neighbors. If they needed something Switzerland had to offer, they made contracts with Switzerland, and they would get their services. And they were showing us how it's possible. You don't have to be huge. You don't have to be rich with billions of dollars to have your own country. And they wanted us to know that because we were attending this conference on unrepresented nations and peoples. So it fit right in with what they were trying to sell us. To my knowledge, the only country that ever really came out of that one-week session was Georgia, up there where I think they had formerly been connected to Russia. But now they are their own country, Georgia. And they had gained a lot of experience from that week. Right at the end of the session, we heard that there was some sabotage going on. And I said, what? At this level, I don't expect there to be sabotage in any organization connected to the UN. But there it was. We got the information that a white group had already put together what they wanted to be the summary, and they were going to beat us to the podium and present it as the summary. So Richard LaFrance represented the Canadian Indians, and he had a standing office there in the Hague. So we went right to his office, and we got our program together, the ones who had been actually selected to sum the whole week together. And we got our program together, and since we knew they had planned on sabotaging us, we got it together and we sabotaged them. So our presentation, which was the way the overall group had wanted it to go, it was our presentation that got presented because we didn't allow them to get up to the podium. And that taught us, oh, this is really UN level stuff here. We're going to have to watch our back and watch everything we do when we're at the UN. So we started doing that. So by the time we had gotten that training, and I think Ida Hakeem, where are you, Ida? Ida hiding down there. Ida Hakeem, who has started CURE at my husband's request. CURE stood for Caucasians United for Reparations and Emancipation. We started with CURE, and she did have some help and assistance with that. And we decided to open it up and include everyone. And we changed the name to All for Reparations and Emancipation. And we worked that way as a group for many years. And one of the things we did was have Mr. Muhammad present one of his first interventions. Interventions are just typed up summaries of what you plan on speaking about. But they have to be given to the UN in advance because it has to be translated into, I think it's English, French, Chinese, Spanish, and there's one other language, maybe Arabic. These are 5. So if they get your intervention in advance, they have a chance to translate it into their own language and keep up with you as you're giving your intervention. So by the time my husband, who had gone through that training in The Hague, he gave his first intervention about 1997. And he blew their minds because what he did was he brought to their attention the fact that they had totally left black people out of having any meaningful human rights. And if we don't have meaningful human rights, what's the point in having them? In other words, without them, we're not human. And now think about what y'all have done to us during slavery. And he said, you took away our things that make us human. Because what's the best way to make a slave? Make him unhuman. Now, in Article 27 of the International Covenants on Civil and Political Rights, it reads as follows. In those states in which ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities exist, persons belonging to such minorities shall not be denied the right in community with the other members of their group to enjoy their own culture, to profess and practice their own religion, and to use their own language. And he pointed out to them that all of this was systematically destroyed during slavery. And you know it was, because that was your plan. So you took and stripped us, all the people in the diaspora. He didn't limit it to just the United States. Everybody in the diaspora has had that happen to them. They've had it happen in different ways. Not everything is the same, but we know from history that the form of slavery we had here in the United States was one of the worst form of slavery ever practiced anywhere else in the world. So the human rights commissioners listened to him, and they were kind of flabbergasted that they hadn't even given us any thought, really. So Professor Ide, he was the professor from Norway, I believe. He said, Mr. Muhammad, you're absolutely right. We haven't really given that the consideration that you don't really have human rights that are protected under international law. And this is what my husband kept whipping them with. We don't have that protection. We can't complain about it because we never had it. So you're going to have to not only help us restore it, because it has been utterly destroyed in slavery. What other people take for granted, we've never known. We as black people in a lot of the countries, especially the United States, we've never known it. And how many of you have even thought about that concept? You know, we're so into the American way of life until we don't always realize our way of life was totally and purposefully wiped out. So when you think about your past like others do, your culture like others do, your history and your right to your own religion, you have nothing to think about because it was destroyed. You take on the culture of your slave master. You take on the culture and religion of your slave master. You everything you do according to the way your slave master does it, because that's all you know. Now, later on, we've discovered that we came from different parts of basically West Africa. And so we do have lots of cultures, lots of history, everything to look at. But it wasn't until lately that we even started thinking like that. What Silis Muhammad did was to try to wake the UN up to that fact so that the rest of the world could wake up to that fact. And he did it for the purpose and benefit of all of us that had similar circumstances, because the UN made it very clear to us that we deal with problems that are similarly circumstanced. So we told them what this is. Because if you count us up all throughout the slavery diaspora, you have about at least 200 million people. Are you going to just totally ignore 200 million people in the world? When you brag to the world that you want human rights for everyone, everywhere. Isn't that what the UN claims? Yeah. Everyone, everywhere. So they started thinking about it. And they decided they were going to put a working group together, and they were going to put a Professor Hosea Bengoa out of Santiago, probably the University of Santiago in Chile, as being the head man in charge. And he was going to work with Professor Ide, bless his heart, because Professor Ide worked well with all groups, and he was very supportive. But Hosea Bengoa had the authority. What Hosea Bengoa did was communicate with governments and have them select their representatives that were going to be invited to certain regional seminars that the United Nations is going to sponsor. Because Mr. Muhammad had pointed out to them that we need your help and protection. We cannot even talk to each other about our problems. Think about it. Most of us in Canada and the United States, we're only comfortable with English. You know? Most of us in South America are only comfortable in Spanish. Most of us in Brazil are only comfortable in Portuguese. And Portuguese isn't even one of your standard languages. So we need your help, United Nations, in even getting together and talking to each other about the problems we have. So they said, yeah, you're right. Well, you know, the United Nations cries broke all the time, but they did set aside some money so that the governments could pick their representatives, and the UN would fly them in for these regional seminars so that we, as black people in the slavery diaspora, would try to get to know each other. First, you got to know each other. Then talk about the problems you share. And then come together in unity, because that's a powerful entity if we are together. That's what we set out to do. I think one of the first seminars we had was right there in Geneva. It was at, I had my notes set up here. I plan on using it. And the only reason why I'm going all this time is because I heard we are expecting our guests to arrive. Have I gone over my time?
Well, that's one way of putting it, Queen. Well, I think you did a really great job of explaining the international pursuit of reparations.
Okay, well then I'm going to wrap it up. All right.
I think you did a phenomenal job of that. So, in that spirit, I just want to move over to Brother Woodlett in terms of legislative efforts, at the national level. Do you, in terms of, of course, as Brother Kamm talked about in his opening remarks about H.R. 40, can you go into any more detail about H.R. 40, about any progress that's been made, and where do things stand now?
Thank you, brother, for this invitation, and I want to thank Minister Silis Muhammad, Queen Mashaki, and President Mukarram for this opportunity. And COBRA definitely supports the vision that this convention represents. In fact, it was founded on the same principle of bringing together as a coalition the various voices that were out crying in the wilderness, putting forth the demand for reparations. And some of what came out of that was the introduction of H.R. 40 back in 1989. Since then, since its first introduction, it's been introduced in the House just about every year since, and has yet to have only received a committee hearing. It's never come to a full House vote. Right now, when you look around at what's happening in America in general, in this Trump white nationalist post-Reconstructionist period that we're in, the likelihood of H.R. 40 being passed as legislation out of the House and then confirmed by the Senate is slim to none. Our primary or the main sponsor of the legislation, Sheila Jackson Lee, very possibly may be leaving the House. And so that would leave the legislation without an identified sponsor right now. And many of the advocates and the team that has been built of organizations and advocates around H.R. 40 have turned their attention from legislation to the executive order, as you heard Brother Kamm mention earlier today. However, I would say that I think it's important, and then COBRA feels that H.R. 40 still has a place and a role within the reparations movement. As Nkobo's approach to advocating for reparations was three-pronged. One was for mass education and involved mobilization. Another approach was for legal strategies. We were involved with several legal strategies back in the back about 20 years ago, and they were blended in courts. But one of the things that H.R. 40 has done for us and can continue to do is to present the demand. One of the speakers earlier said, power concedes to nothing but a demand. So we have to keep the demand out there. Another thing that H.R. 40 has done within Nkobo, we feel, has, by demonstrating that we continue to hold the flag for the demand for reparations, and it did not touch the ground, we're here today. H.R. 40 is and was a strategy. It wasn't an end goal, but it was part of what we felt we needed and will need in terms of going forward. If we're going to use the political system here in America, then we have to figure out and find out, how to manage it. And H.R. 40 is part of that process.
Okay, great. Thank you for your response. And in keeping with the spirit at the national level, Brother Reginald Muhammad, with the National Reparations Institute, given as Brother Lett talked about some of the toughness trying to get H.R. 40, why continue to pursue reparations at the national level? And what has your research resulted in?
Okay, thank you. First off, let me open up correctly. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I bear witness, regardless of land, language, or location, there is but one God. And I further bear witness to all of the great teachings and all of the prophets. I greet each and every one of you all with the greeting words of peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Since I know we got the entire family here, Abaragani, Hotep, Uhura. I say that I'm a student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and I first thank you all for inviting me here at this historic gathering. And it is about our unity, and at the end of the day, I also represent the National Reparations Institute. And a little bit about that real quickly. My critique and criticism of being more than a 30-year student of the movement and a participant and an activist and a reparationist and as a university professor. One of my critiques and criticism of the movement, we lacked a clear model and methodology for securing reparations. Pleading, protesting, picketing, prayer breakfasts will not get us reparations. It ends up being a public policy issue at the end of the day. And so at the end of the day, my critique and criticism of myself and all of us who have been in the movement, where is the model and where's the methodology? And at the end of the day, we have hundreds of books and thousands of pages on reparations. But where is the clear model and methodology? So if Pookie is standing on the corner, if he's in Congress, the campus, corporate America, has anybody clearly defined what complete reparations is? Who owes us, why they owe us, how much they owe us, and why reparations is essential for all the blacks throughout America and throughout the diaspora. And I just want to thank, again, the Lost Foundation of Islam and the Honorable Silis Muhammad and his queen wife here and attorney. Thank you all for inviting, and thank you all for having the insight for such an august body and summit and conference. And thank you all for inviting me. And just a few words. So my critique and criticism, and a little bit about me, I'm originally from St. Petersburg, Florida. And many of you all would know that St. Petersburg, Florida is very historic in the reparations movement, because one of the first tribunals ever held in the United States on reparations was held right there in St. Petersburg, Florida, for a number of years. And that's where my base and my foundation was from. And many of y'all know that really the first book that we had written on reparations was Stolen Black Labor, the Political Economy for $4.3 trillion, written by Chairman O'Malley Yasatelli and of the Burning Spear newspaper. So that's some of my foundation as a young teenager in St. Petersburg, Florida. But of course, we were blessed to go on to do graduate work and undergraduate work and master's and work on a PhD and everything else. But at the end of the day, we at the crossroads in the movement. Number one, the National Reparations Institute, our job is to first off consolidate the movement. This is the great start right here. And the efforts that this organization and other organizations have put forth, number one, consolidate the movement. Number two is to control our own narrative. Number three is to implement the National Reparations Declaration. And brothers and sisters, I do have copies of the National Reparations Declaration, and I'll talk to you real quickly about that in a minute. But number four is to implement the collective culture model that will actually secure reparations for blacks in America. This is not a 20-year process. If you understand that at the international level, federal, state, and local level, there's always a ruling class and a ruling body of Europeans. And at the end of the day, they make all of their economic and political decisions based on will it help or hurt, number one, their power base, their profit base, their policy base, and privilege base. Let me say that again. And my students, they have to get this correct. Whatever class I'm teaching, whether it's public policy, politics and global issues, contemporary political thought, electoral politics, whatever I'm teaching, my students have to understand and be very clear about this, and we can defend this position, that number one is their power base, their profit base, their policy base, and privilege base. And you got to understand reparations for the masses of our people will be decided, will it help or hurt their power base, their profit base, their policy base, and privilege base. Too often in the movement, all of us are guilty of it at some point in time, is that we are attempting to appeal to their civility, their humanity, their consciousness. You see, and at the end of the day, that's not how political decisions are made even at the federal, state, and local level. And I can prove that in no limit of time. And at the end of the day, we must organize. We must be clear about what it is that we want. And again, what I urge you all to do, and I'm going to wrap it up, is get a copy of the National Reparations Declaration. They would even not allow me my critique and criticism of the movement that we lacked a clear model and methodology. And I thought I was about to finish my master's more than a decade ago, and I got to the table to my committee, and they said, well, Professor Muhammad, yeah, this looks good, and your criticism of that the movement lacks a clear model and methodology, where is it? And I said, well, it has never been developed. I have most of the books and read thousands of pages on reparations and have been in the movement. They said, well, go back and develop a model and a methodology that you think will hold up on the political and economic weight. It could be scrutinized by scholars. So that did end up happening more than about 15 years ago. And again, if you go online, that is called The Movement to Secure Reparations for Blacks in America, an analysis of fragmented models and methodologies. And if we were blessed to be one of the few academic pieces that you will find online, it's 110 pages. So the collective culture model comes out of that more than 15 years ago. But we had to come with a document that Pookie and Ray and them standing on the corner could clearly say that, you know what, I get this now, and I can organize around y'all. First off, let's define what complete reparations is.
Okay, great. That's actually very brilliant. You know, Brother Kamm, I know that you had spoken about this a little bit earlier, but can you...
Excuse me, brother, can I just, and I'm going to wrap it up, can I read complete reparations to the people real quick so we'll know where our foundation is? Complete reparations, the process by which a nation of people is provided with the means, complete reparations, the process by which a nation of people is provided with the means to repair and restore their condition, achieve complete decolonization, and make themselves whole through the ability to self-govern, self-sustain, and self-defend with their own independent landmass, economy, education, culture, and high civilization. That is a functional, workable definition that we can use. So, thank you all for the opportunity, and of course, they've invited me, and I will be around and be speaking later and be showing you diagrams of the collective culture model, which is here in the declaration, okay? And thank you all again for inviting me, and thank you all for the great scholars and all the activists that are here, the students, the youth. Let's do this. We can do it. The collective culture model. Thank you.
I'm just taking a quick pause before I get interrupted again. All right, so Brother Kamm, I know you had spoken about this a little bit earlier, but can you go a little bit more detail about presenting, engaging reparations from a united front perspective, and what would be the features of such a united front?
So, United Front. There was probably about 20 years ago, there was a push around operational unity within the reparations movement and the principles of a united front. And, the Declaration of Unity is basically that, crimes were committed, crimes against our humanity, as it has been termed by international law. Those crimes consisted of 3 periods of crimes: the crimes during the period of enslavement, crimes during the period of apartheid or Jim Crow in this country, as it was called, and the crimes, neo-apartheid crimes post the 1960 Civil Rights Bills up until today: mass incarceration, police terror, predatory lending, and the like. In addition to these 3 periods of crimes, there were what we call the 5 components of injury COBRA put forth: economic injury, health injury, criminal justice injury, injury around our culture and language, our peoplehood, and injury around education. And then there's the redress model. And building this united front, we want to have agreement on these 3 issues: that crimes were committed, injuries still exist, and that reparations are due. And the reparative model, we take out from international law, where the International Law Commission says that reparations must, as much as possible, quote unquote, wipe out all consequences of the crimes. So we're talking about all consequences of 400 years of crimes. And they said in order to do that, the state government must engage in full reparations. And they list 5 components of full reparations. First one is cessation and guarantees and assurances of non-repetition. You must stop the bad acts if they're continuing. And then you must put in structures to ensure that those acts do not continue later on, and that there's guarantees there that they will not reappear. So we exist in a state of structural racism and structural inequalities. Those have to be stopped. The second component is restitution. Restitution is how do you return the people back to where they would have been had not they been injured in the first place. That's going to take a multitude of redress measures to turn us back to where we would have been had it not been from the stuff of our culture and language and labor, but also the multiple periods of plunder. There's no other people in this country who had multiple periods of multi-billion-dollar plunder from their communities. Over 9 million acres of land, billions of dollars in various periods. $200 billion was stolen from our communities from 2007 to 2012 during the predatory lending crisis. That was 60% of our total wealth. That we took us from 1865 to build up into 2007, 60% was wiped out, stolen from us. And we can go in many cities where there were periods of plunder in cities across the country, but that was a national period of plunder. And it reflects on how our communities look today, the crime that's in our community, the violence in our community. You cannot just strip the wealth out of the community the way it was stripped of our community and expect people to be whole and healthy. It's not going to happen. The third component of full reparations is compensation. There must be compensation in the reparations plan. You can't leave that out. There's been injury that deserves an economic footing to be placed on under all of us. The fourth component is satisfaction. How do you return the dignity back to a people whose dignity was eroded as a result of the crimes you committed against them? Apologies, monuments, museums, markers, historical markers, truth-telling, reconciliation, those things relate to satisfaction. And then the final one is rehabilitation for the heart, mind, and spirit injury that we suffered. So as we build this Reparations United Front, we just want to disagree and unite around these principles. Crimes were committed, 3 periods, injuries resulted, and we still exist in a state of perpetual injury. And I say perpetual because it's going to continue until there's retargeted resources to address them. What we're experiencing in our community now is a result of actions, past actions, that didn't have resources targeted toward them. So if you don't target resources that are down, it's going to continue. So that's what I call a perpetual injury, unless targeted resources are to address them. There are contentions in the movement. The final thing I'm talking about is unity. It's about the contentions in the movement. And I've been going on a tour around the country called, the mission, the mandate, the method, trying to get our people who are activists in the movement to coalesce around these three things. The mission, we only have one mission on the federal level at this time, and that is to get an executive order established to establish the Reparations Commission. That's the mission as reparations activists on the federal level. It's not going to come without this commission being established. That's the box they put us in, and we got to fight through this box. So everything else is secondary to that mission. The mandate. People do not understand what H.R. 40 or the Executive Commission, we're pushing for the H.R. 40 like Executive Commission. People are saying H.R. 40 is just a study bill, don't do this or don't do that, because they don't understand the mandate of the commission. And very quickly and simply, the mandate of the commission is to study the crimes committed against our people during the period of enslavement and to determine what's the continued impact on current living Black people from those crimes, and then craft remedy proposals for those crimes. Secondarily is to study the period of apartheid and determine what's the continued injury, again, on current living Black folks from those crimes committed during the period of apartheid, and then craft proposals to address those continued injuries. And finally, to study the current manifestations of crimes that are targeted toward our people, and to craft remedies to address this continuing impact. So the final mandate of the commission is to create a master plan of redress for Black folk, plain and simple. And no one should be against that, because all of our, whatever we think should be in there, has the potential to be in there, as long as we inform the commission as it's doing its work. So that's the mandate of the bill. And then finally, the method is it has to be unity. And there's three contending areas of which I call eligibility. Doesn't matter who you think should be eligible. If we don't get the commission established, no one's going to get anything. We can talk about that once the commission is established, but right now we have to stay on mission. That's to get the commission established. What forms reparations to take? People are hollering, it has to be cash, it has to solve the racial wealth gap. That's in the bill. We can deal with that, but it can't trump the mission. The mission is number one. And then how we identify ourselves. As the president stated, we can identify ourselves any way we want to, put Afrodescendant behind it, and we're all speaking about the same group of people in this country. So we can be ADOS, we can be Foundational Black Americans, we can be Pan-Africans, whatever that is. We're Afro-descendants, we're African descendants, we're Afro-descendants. There's a whole body of international law that stands and has rights behind that, and we're all talking about the same amount of people. But again, those contentions don't even matter if we don't get a commission established. No one's going to get anything, no matter what we call ourselves. So we have to stay on mission. So that's what we're trying to build, this united front about staying on mission. We got to be mission-driven. As my brother said, we got to deal with this intelligently and maturely. And with the work that he's doing, he's providing, the work that all of us are providing, and we all are contributing, we can do that.
Thank you, Brother Kamm. And Prince Yosef, I actually want to go back to you for this. What's your name, sir? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry. All right. All right, my apologies, sir.
Didn't mean to interrupt you again.
What? Huh? Okay. That's our apologies. We didn't recognize you, sir. So before I get you for this next question, I want to go back to Prince Yosef just a little bit. So we have, of course, the movement for global reparations. We have organizations like CARICOM, which is fighting for reparations in the Caribbean. We have, of course, groups like NCOBRA, the National Reparations Institute, and there's even groups throughout Africa that are now demanding reparations, like the countries like Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. In your perspective, why is the global reparations movement so active at this point in time?
The spirit of being dominated by white supremacy, the spirit of being subjugated by neocolonialism and every other atrocity we have faced as a global Black African people is coming to an end. That spirit that has allowed us to continuously, irrespective to our geographical location, accept that type of domination and subjugation is over with. America should be proud of itself. And I'm not talking about the continent of America. I'm talking about the ones who actually built this country. I'm talking about you and I. I'm talking about the Black people, irrespective to the chains and shackles that we came here in, we were able to overcome those circumstances, obstacles, and impediments and build ourselves back up to even be cognizant enough to know our condition and then change it. And because of that awareness, we were able to influence the whole planet to understand that now is the time. I'll be brief, but I have to mention this because I've been privileged to wear two hats. You may hear me reference the messenger because my mother was a Muslim follower of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but my father was a Hebrew Israelite, and he was a founding father of our community who repatriated back to Israel. But he didn't look at Israel as how they tried to place it in the context of the Middle East, which would make it a European nation. We looked at it as Northeast Africa. We understand that that geographical location is connected to the continent of Africa and produced African people. So it was imperative to him to substantiate our claims of being Africa by returning back to the continent and through diaspora, meaning that wherever we would lay our foot, that it would be a point in time where all Black people will have to come under the banner of being a united people. Why? Because the whole world has conspired and come together to destroy African people. And the time that we see now that Black people say enough is enough, we have to ride that energy. And that's why reparations is so important, because again, it's us determining our worth and our value. And we say, you gonna pay or else.
All right, Ralph. Very powerful, and definitely reparations is a debt owed. And so, without further ado, Dr. Umoja, again, thank you so much for being here, and our apologies for not recognizing you first. I actually want to ask you about the history of reparations, in terms of how the reparations movement got started, and everything, and went up from history up until present day. So,
Thank you, brother, and thanks to the Afrodescendant Nation for inviting me here. And I want to say, and just for those who don't know me, I'm a professor of Africana Studies here at Georgia State University, but I'm also a member of the New African Peoples Organization, the Malcolm X grassroots movement. And on behalf of those organizations, I'd like to greet you all with free the land.
free the land,
Free the land.
free the land,
Free the land.
free the land.
By any means necessary. If we talk about history of reparations, and one of the things that moved me today is I hadn't heard the name of the mother of our reparations movement, and that's Queen Mother Audley Moore. And so I want everyone to give Queen Mother Moore a hand. Queen Mother Moore was from New Iberia, Louisiana. She was a part of Marcus Garvey's movement in the 1920s, later joined the Communist Party, became disenchanted with the Communist Party and started an organization called Universal Association of Ethiopian Women. They first moved on attempting to challenge black men who've been wrongfully incarcerated, charged, put on the death penalty, on death row, I should say. Not with Suge Knight, but on death row. Okay. They were charged oftentimes with the rape of white women when, you know, those were mostly consensual relationships, or black men were just involved in political activity, and they charged them with rape to put them in prison. But their next major campaign was that of reparations. So in the 1950s and the early 1960s, Queen Mother Moore had campaigns going to the White House around reparations, as well as to the United Nations. So we say she's the modern day mother of the reparations movement. But black women have been on the forefront, Sister Queen, they've been on the forefront of our movement for reparations, going back to a sister by the name of Belinda Sutton in 1783, who charged her former slaveholder, her former captor, and asked for compensation, won it, but you know them crackers only paid her partially. Okay, they only paid her partially, but she won in court. And the next sister I like to mention, and there are others in reparations movement, but I know we have a short period of time, is the sister Callie House, who after emancipation organized hundreds of thousands of our people in the South who were still living for compensation for their enslavement. They said that they paid Union soldiers compensation for their service. They paid Confederate soldiers, they were supposed to be the enemy, paid them compensation, but no compensation for our people. And of course, you know, we just have significant history like Sherman's Field Order number 15, where General Sherman, after conquering the coast of Georgia and South Carolina, said that 40 acres could be granted to any African family, any African descended family could come and claim that land during that time. But the soldiers, the Union soldiers, the black Union soldiers, began to say, we need 40 acres and a mule. And that's where that whole demand, that whole piece comes from. We have several that we want to also acknowledge. When we talk about in Cobra, we got Baba Immanuel Badeli. We have the National Conference of Black Lawyers that's meeting this weekend in Washington, D.C., Sister Ajwa Ayatoro, as well as my comrade, who's now ancestor, Chokwe Lumumba, who were key in pulling that organization together and demanding reparations and beginning to organize. I have to acknowledge in Cobra, because at that time they realized it was only nationalists and Pan-Africanists who were pushing the reparations issue. And they said it had to go beyond that for us to be successful. And then, so they set about it that particular time. So if we talk about where H.R. 40 is right now, it's only because of those efforts, right? And so we have to always honor what Cobra has done in terms of leading us to this point and doing the basic groundwork to get us to this point. Ah.
him win back his election. I was very active with Congressman John Conyers in Michigan, Minister Louis Farrakhan, and I went back to Massachusetts to help him win that seat. And I told him, if you win the seat, would you introduce a bill? Because no bill had been introduced since 1865. That is Stevens, Charles Sumner, two Pennsylvanians from Pennsylvania. They Republicans. They introduced the bill. The bill passed the House and the Senate twice. Abraham Lincoln was killed. Andrew Johnson vetoed the bill twice. And I have the original document, 4 acres and a mule, in my possession. I have pictures of Queen Mother Moore. I started the African American Reparations Committee, Inc. of Michigan. And Detroit, Michigan. Dr. Wynn Bush has mentioned me in his books. So Detroit pushed reparations. Detroit pushed.
Can she get a hand for that? No, D-Town has certainly been on the move and should be acknowledged. We don't give Detroit enough credit, most definitely. Bill Owens, I agree, because I remember I first heard his name through my comrade Chokwe, working with, right, exactly.
Okay, hold on for a second.
Excuse me.
As I said earlier, our sisters have been on the forefront of this issue.
Professor,
So I'll turn it back over to you.
yeah, Professor Omoja, just real quick. Look, I understand the enthusiasm and the passion. I definitely understand it. I'm for that. But out of the respect for, everyone else here, like, no shouting out, like, from the public, yeah, okay? I understand the enthusiasm. I respect it. I love it, the history. But, out of respect for time, like, we got to make sure that because we understand, like, we have other panelists coming up, so.
No, most definitely. I yield, and I want to acknowledge what she's saying is true.
No. I acknowledge what she's saying. I respect it. And I respect it and everything. We're just saying out of respect for like the time that we have for our panelists and everything. Just no shouting out. I mean, it says I respect the enthusiasm. So, be that as it may, we are actually a little bit over time. It's now 2:04. We actually are going to have to go on our 15-minute break. So we'll be reconvene. Yes, Brother Kamm?
I would just like to get a show of hands of those who will grab some of these postcards and take them back to your cities and make sure that they get mailed in. Everybody's hand should go up, but I don't see everybody's hand. And also, this is a one-pager on that demonstrates the power of the black vote. We have these also available.
So we're going to go and start our 15-minute break. It's now 2:05. We will reconvene at 2:20. And so 2:20 on the dot. Don't be late, all right? Okay, so for the next one, for afterwards, I know things kind of got pushed up because people didn't show up.
Did you have another question for Yosef?
No, I already answered 2 questions for Yosef. I asked why reparations now, why is the reparations for Global so active? I got him those. The Reginald Muhammad, I got him on those questions.
Okay, he talked too long anyway.
Yeah, so he's good. Woolard, he spoke. Professor, yeah.
You need to speak on something else, Willard, or he was good?
I think he's good.
Okay.
Now, Dr. Tauheedah did say Professor Umoja can come on the second panel because we didn't acknowledge him. So we got him on the second panel. I know Sherelle Groves. I don't know if she's here yet. I didn't see her. Marcus Coleman and Anita Bell. I saw Anita Bell. She'll be up here.
And Marcus is there.
Okay, Marcus. Okay, got. So we're good.
Do I need to stay up here?
You can stay up here. I mean, you're the president, so you can. You're the president, George. You can sit up here, stand here.
And the Queen will probably.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. So anyway, we got 15 minutes, so we'll reconvene at 2:20. So.
Let me go use the bathroom.
All right, no problem. Okay. Is Chief Osiris here? Is Chief Osiris here? Pan-Africanist in Sankofa, is he here yet?
Now, is it gonna automatically change, or you gonna have to change it? Somebody has to change it for you, the slide, or you gonna just come up here?
I will just stand right here. That way I would be, that way I can, yeah.
If you're just gonna stand right here, since Malik is not, he just got to airport, so
Okay.
he's not gonna make it.
Oh.
So I don't need to show his stuff now. So
Oh.
if you have an HDMI, I'm gonna let you just plug right into the HDMI.
All right then. Okay, because I have an HDMI outlet. Let's
All right,
see.
so wherever you,
I'm sorry.
oh, this is not it.
That's not it? Okay. Oh, I was just using this to code my dress together.
Wait a minute, let me ask him.
Okay.
I think this is the HDMI.
That is a HDMI. Okay.
Okay, sorry, brother, Tylon. I didn't know who you were.
Okay.
Let me see. God have mercy. I might be able to see this now.
I gotta make an announcement. Okay, guys, it's 2:20. Break time is over. Please start coming back in and getting back to your seats. Again, it is 2:20. Break time is over. Time to start heading back to your seats. I don't think that HDMI cable is going to fit.
Is this the HDMI?
Wait, I think that is. Hold on. Wait, no, I think this is the HDMI right here.
All right, we do need you to send it to me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
All
send
right,
it.
then let me sit down.
Yeah, send it, and then
You huh? Is it? No, it's gone.
What?
I didn't give it back to you.
I can do it. Did I mess up? Oh. I have to make sure it first. Dr. Akilah,
All right, it is. All right.
Completely behind on this, and I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. All right, everyone back in your seats. We're about to get started with the second session. All right, okay. All right, second thought, 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes to get back to your seats.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So Tauheedah Washington was on for the town hall.
Uh-huh, yeah.
He has a presentation about 5, 6 minutes, and then he's going to speak for 4 minutes afterwards about his presentation.
Okay, so
we just want to let it roll,
okay.
and then maybe we'll start off with him.
Yeah, let's do that.
And then we'll have the panelists after.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Do you have a way I can scan this so that I can just go to, I need the internet.
I know. Yep, she did.
Yes.
She told me. Okay. So let's see. Maybe she can show it at the town hall. Okay. Okay.
There you are. I was like, where is?
Okay. So who has my face down?
Oh, I don't know. Okay. That's mine.
Oh, sorry. That's my water. Oh, excuse me, Cheryl Girls. Oh,
I'm gonna do this.
Oh, Cheryl Girls. Okay, great. Oh, finally from. Oh, yes, great. Okay, great. I was wondering where you were. I was like, Dr. Girls. I was like, wait a minute. I saw from the California Reparations Task Force. Right? Oh, okay, great. Awesome. Perfect. Okay. All right, perfect. Don't worry.
Taiwan, you saved your Washington.
Well, yeah, here it is. Yeah, she had it in her purse. It was in her purse. All right, there you go. Okay, got it. All right.
You see if I can go online and just get the film.
Okay, go ahead, no problem. So take your time. Yeah, sure, no problem. Hold on. Crap, I got too much stuff. Let me just go here. All right. And let me just go open up another tab. No problem. And of course you got the...
Oh, I had you to, yes, I'm teasing everybody. Thank God, George.
They belong... I got it.
Yeah, they belong to.
Oh, to all of us. My bad. Hold on. Yeah, let me do that. Trailer showing up. Hold a second. Don't know why this thing isn't letting me. It's not letting me scroll down for whatever reason. All right, let me try the. Okay, this thing kind of froze. This thing froze. Oh no, that's not good. It's no bueno. That's not good. That's what I'm trying to. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm trying to do. It's not clicking for whatever reason. Look, that's crazy. Okay, all right, that is crazy. All right. Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
That is clarified. You see,
Yeah.
come back.
No, you're good. All right.
Okay, are we here?
Yeah, we're having an issue though. Because I'm trying to scroll down, but it's not letting me scroll down. And then when I try to, all right, I got you guys start introducing the next panel.
Am I still plugged in? Oh, where's my plug?
Oh, Jesus.
It was plugged in a minute ago, but something was broadcast. Oh, you know what happened when we took it down here? We unplugged it, making us.
Maybe that's what's causing the problem. Like the trailer's playing. But,
It's playing on this screen.
I don't know. I have no idea. Look, I gotta get started. Well, 5 minutes. Cinco minutos para mis gentes.
This is a Benin bronze.
Yeah, it's just that there's so many people were playing around with this thing and everything. Yeah, look, I'll move it back in. I'll adjust it. Don't worry, I got it.
Then after that finishes playing, then you give it back to me, my computer back to me, and then I'll pull up the other PowerPoint presentations.
Yeah, because we can't find the film. That was the issue we were having. The film's not coming up. So,
I mean, if you could scan the card, go right to the phone.
I mean,
Is the mouse not working again?
yeah, that was the issue. Like, the mouse wasn't working. We couldn't find it, so.
I also have the phone connected to a barcode that will go right to the site. Yeah, that's the trail.
This is the problem. It's not,
All right, Charles. Yeah. Okay, so this so we gotta get started. So what I can do is I can ask you about it, and I can ask you, how to do that.
This is a Benin bronze.
That's the power cord. Yeah.
well, I don't know if the cords are gonna come over. This is the HDMI.
Yeah, it wouldn't. I don't think it would extend that far.
It's not gonna go that far.
It's not. I mean, the screen's there. That's good.
This is touch.
This touch,
But sometimes it's the pairing.
Could be.
Yeah.
It's touch screen, huh?
But yeah.
Maybe that's what it is.
That happened with mine one time, and you gotta go into, yes, and then change it.
Well, let me see.
Listen, we do need to get started, so
I can only bring it so far.
yeah.
Mirror screen, and this should fix it.
Yeah.
We want to display. Where's your mirror screen? There should be a drop box where you can just click
I know
mirror.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
Extend displays, duplicate.
There we go.
There we go.
You did it.
All right.
I knew it.
All right. And y'all should be good.
So what do you want to play? What do you want to play?
Well, you just loop it and play, because there's no audio, right?
Yeah,
it could
should
have.
be audio.
Should be audio.
Well, this is the trailer for it, that's fine.
Is there
Let's
audio?
start from the beginning.
Audio's not. You just muted it. Okay, the audio's not. Look, this is since we're starting to run overtime. Huh? What? Okay.
What?
All right. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. In the interest of time. Yeah. I'm doing it. Yeah. We'll play around with it. All right. We're going to be getting started. Everyone, please start getting back in your seats. Okay, just a few quick updates. So, Brother Malik Shabazz, he'll be coming in sometime after 4 o'clock, and he will be speaking right after before the town hall, after the breakout rooms. And so that's pretty much a brief update. So we're getting ready to start this next wonderful panel filled with such, esteemed colleagues, reparationists, advocates, people who've been in this movement for a long time. So let me go ahead and start off a little bit with California Reparations Task Force. They have just released their study, which is over 1,000 pages, well detailed. I think it's like 1,065 pages to be exact. 1,100. Oh, 1,100. Wow, that is a lot. But you know what? This is a lot was done to us, therefore a lot's got to be reported. So, Dr. Grills, let me start with you. You know, given the fact that this was a state-based reparations project, why should we pursue reparations at the state level, even though some may argue that slavery and the conditions happen at the national level?
Good. Are we still morning or afternoon? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm on West Coast time, so you have to forgive me. Let me start by saying that my position is that reparations needs to happen at both a state and national level simultaneously. We absolutely have to have the federal, but the state process is equally important in a different sort of way. James Baldwin said, "You cannot lynch me and keep me in ghettos without becoming something monstrous yourself." I would argue that what this is telling us is that the monstrosity exists and operates, yes, at the federal level, but so too at the state, the county, and the city, and even neighborhood levels. And so we have to be ready to root out the evils of anti-Blackness and racism at all of these levels if we want to get to that point that Kamm Howard spoke of earlier in terms of the standards of reparations, so, guarantees of non-repetition. You can't just do window dressing and federal policies and think that somehow that is going to erase what's happening at the local level. And one of the things that I point out a lot when I talk about the case for emotional emancipation, which is the emotional, psychological, spiritual, and soul level harm that has been done to us over 600 years, you have to understand that when those things happen, when those things are done to us, we are harmed in ways that require multiple levels of redress, because there's multiple levels of harm, and it is multi-generational, and at some point that literally gets baked into our DNA. And so you can't do, and when we look at what this country has done at the federal level, we have scores of legislation, and we also have executive orders, and we have court cases up the yin-yang, but yet still, here we are. So that says there's something missing in the equation, or there are several things missing in the equation. Now, the second thing that people go to is that, why California? California wasn't a slave state. Many people ask that question, why pursue reparations in a so-called non-slave state like California? The reality is, and this is why the local level of work is necessary, California was very much complicit with the national practice of enslavement, of Jim Crow. For example, California did not have large-scale plantations like the southern states, but enslavement in various forms did occur in the state's history. California was not legally a slave state, yet they allowed more than 2,000 enslaved Black folk, primarily Black men and boys, to be brought into the state between 1850 and 1860. They were brought in by their plantation owners to work the gold mines and to do other things. So California state and local government officials oftentimes upheld the rights of the slave owner, and they also upheld the fugitive slave laws, so they would return people back. And in fact, not only did they uphold it, California was among the worst in its interpretation and implementation of fugitive slave laws. I'll also mention that California's legislature ignored the 14th Amendment and never considered it for the longest time. California would continue its resistance to Reconstruction civil rights legislation by refusing to ratify the 14th Amendment, which is guaranteeing protection of equal rights of all citizens, until when? 1959. The legislature of California voted to reject ratifying the 15th Amendment in 1870, which prohibited states from denying a person's right to vote on the basis of race. And it wasn't until when? 1962, that the state ratified the 15th Amendment. So why California? Because California's got some issues with race. I'll also lastly conclude that when it comes to issues of racism kind of being baked into the structure and the DNA of the society, California was really harsh. There were, you know about sundown towns.
Yeah.
California had sundown towns peppered up and down the state. California had some counties and cities where pretty much every sector of legislation and civil government management included KKK members. At some points in time, California had worse examples of and practices by the KKK than the southern states themselves. So I'll end on this subject by saying that Zora Neale Hurston said two things that are very instructive about the need for local attention to reparations. She said the present was an egg laid by the past that had the future inside its shell. So in other words, present day anti-Black shenanigans, if I can say that word, have their roots in enslavement, Jim Crow, separate but equal, and they continue to color the social, physical, and environmental realities of those communities today, including states, counties, cities. Secondly, Zora Neale Hurston said, there is no greater agony than having an untold story buried deep within. So while we can tell the national story of enslavement, we have to tell the local stories. People need to do their own investigation, reflection, and to see true transformative change in this society.
That is very, very well, very brilliant. You mentioned, several times, even though while talking about the state, that you mentioned local efforts. And I wanted to kind of transition a little bit to Brother Marcus Coleman, who the Fulton County Reparations Task Force. So in terms of any local legislations, what progress have you made in Fulton County, and what exactly is the plan for reparations? Hold on.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, let me say, as representing the Fulton County Reparations Task Force, today actually makes the 2-year mark that we were meeting virtually, and we have met now in the chambers of the Fulton County government building for the first 2 Thursdays, this past Thursday and the month before. And I just got to be real and call it skillet to skillet. It's only 2 people in this room that have even attended the meetings. See, I'm sorry. I'm glad Brother Dr. A.K., Professor A.K. is sitting up here with me, because I have a habit of just not sugarcoating stuff. We got to stop running around to just these conferences when it's feel-good moments. I mean, they're great, but we're doing the work here that's literally government sanctioned. Let me say this. I'm glad the sister before me spoke about the need for state, county, municipality levels, in addition to national, never forgetting that our sights, in the middle of our sights, is these yet to be United States government. But what bothers me right now, and again, I want to make sure, I don't want my words misconstrued. I am in total agreement with all the work that has been done before my little butt was even thought about. But here it is right now. The United States doesn't even have a Speaker of the House. Here it is right now that Uncle Joe, President Joe Biden, can't even control his own German Shepherd named Commander. Let me make sure some of you guys that know his dog has had 11 bite incidents and has been banned from the White House. If a president can't control his own dog, German Shepherds happen to have a historical linkage to our people, too. It's just a mess of dysfunctionality. So as we should continue to push H.R. 40 and push executive orders, I just caution you with don't hold your breath in that arena only. Now is a great time with the work that's been done by L.A. County, and I got a special place in my heart out there for L.A. because I happened to do some work with Supervisor Janice Hahn before the returning of Bruce's Beach was given back, the first ever admittance of stolen land by a government and then returned. But I can't, that deserves a clap, but many of us who were in support, we in a family has the right to do whatever they want to do with their land, but we were totally disappointed that he turned around and sold it back for peanuts and pennies. But don't let that, the brother I think said the mission, don't let that dilute the mission. It is documented that this government or a regional part of this government has returned land. Why is that important to Fulton County? Because that's exactly what we're working on right here. Did you guys know that Buckhead, the elaborate shopping district, with all the nice whips, Buckhead was originally a black community that was stolen by the county of Fulton, just like many counties, municipalities, and states across this nation. They do these sweet little eminent domain land grab deals. Well, see, that's where that local reparations, and again, every time I say that, please don't confuse it with if I'm saying forget the federal. How can you forget the federal? How can you forget those that profited off of the transatlantic slave trade? But while we got folks with these black faces sitting in these high places, and while we got some of our comrades, I like the way one of my partners says it, time for the talk about white allies being comrades. No, we need them to be co-conspirators. Well, I'm dead serious because that's the era that we're in. We ain't got time. Folks running around talking about, hey, y'all must be crazy talking about reparations right now, man. They gutting affirmative action, man. Y'all must be crazy. Right here in Atlanta, Bloom is going after the sisters from the Fearless Fund, coming after black contracts and black dollars. Y'all must be crazy. Y'all need to focus on that right now. Well, answer this. These certain type of white folks who are coming after affirmative action and have gained some success in that, and who are coming after black dollars, why are they doing it? They're basing that off of what? They're saying that now everything is what? Equal. Well, I don't see a greater time to put reparations on the map now that white folks are saying everything is equal. See, we got the wrong talking pieces at the point right now. We got those talking pieces that like to be at the table when legislation is being drafted up, like the George Floyd justice in policing, but then when they go behind closed doors, they gut out all types of immunity and water down the bill. We got a huge, and I'm wrapping up, we got a huge flow of youngsters and women that are in the past 3-4 years are now a part of government. Well, what good is it if it's been going on before? What good is it because the ratio increased? I will pause with how I started, knowing that this is the 2-year anniversary of our very first virtual meeting. We were meeting once a month only, and people thought I was crazy after 6, 7, 8 months or a year to say, can we at least meet twice a month on Zoom? Then we started meeting every first and third Thursday. And then I said, well, listen, people are starting to come back outside. Can we please come into the chambers in our official capacity? And we have met now twice. And I've seen 2 people out of this audience contribute to to what we're doing here in Georgia that instantly affects 15 cities. I close. There are 7 commissioners that will make a decision in October when we submit our final findings. We've already submitted one report. 7 commissioners. 4 of those commissioners are of African descent. What you need to be helping us with here is talking to Chairman Rob Pitts, who has publicly come out and said that he just doesn't fundamentally support reparations. I haven't talked to every county commissioner, but again, you do the math. If there's 7 and there's 4 that look like us, we shouldn't have a problem affecting 15 cities until you get involved.
You know, that's definitely a great point, you know, in terms of trying to get legislation passed. And one of the things that has helped us out, which will transition, is the grassroots push. You know, and Sister Anita Bell, you know, you've been, you know, part of the grassroots movement for quite some time in terms of trying to get reparations passed, both as in COBRA and the Reparations Labor Union. Can you provide any updates regarding, you can use the microphone?
Oh, I'm going to switch the slides.
Okay.
And that way I'll keep up with the slides. Because otherwise I'd have to turn all the way around to see it.
All right, no problem.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
All right. But a little bit about the grassroots. Yes, I came as the queen of the sky. Also known as the princess of Mars. But that is me being what I call cheering myself up because reparations is depressing. Let's just be blunt. In order to talk about reparations, you have to talk about slavery, which is reliving that trauma, or genocide, which is reliving a trauma. It's like I can't go to bed traumatized. I won't sleep. So I made this up, Exodus to Mars, and made myself a superhero and gave myself some superpowers. But it's funny how truth and fiction actually start becoming. I use a saying in Exodus to Mars that Detroit will make you believe. Thank you, Detroit. We'll make you believe. Everybody who said there can't be reparations, they probably don't understand we have power that up until now, we actually were afraid to use. We were afraid to use. And I hate to say this today because I feel like a dangerous woman. But I have to say only women can say this because if I was a man, I'd be dead. So that's where we'll talk about grassroots reparations. But even though I'm coming as a comic book character, I have a law degree. All right, so I do a comic strip. It goes into animation by Christmas and Kwanzaa. It'll be a game, so look out for that. Exodus to Mars already has NFTs, and it will have coming technology courses, because some of you don't even know what I said when I said NFT. So if you don't know what an NFT is, then you aren't going to know what AI is, and you won't understand why Detroit is on strike because of EVs. Yes, all of that, you have to start knowing what it is, because a robot can take your job. And reparations is important, and the unions, our potential allies, are looking at universal basic income, or should, because Ruby is the way of the future. And that's what we want to make our allies understand. But I also happen to know about black genocide from a CIA case that had an attorney crazy enough to do it in 7 states that had that CIA case died. And because of that, it became qualified to go to the United Nations. So it is there now during this decade, international decade of people of African descent, where we have been forgotten for 9 out of the 10 years. Everybody else is so important. And so again, we're going to get out of this decade without our reparations. We have to get to a point, I know, Shabbat Shalom, y'all, we have to get to a point where we say, hell no. We got to get to that point. We have to get to the point where we're not just asking nicely because we make these moral appeals. Maybe we need to be a little bit more direct. And I'm not saying violent, because of course you could get killed for that, but you have to also not be so scared. So, and you can still be creative at the same time. So part of the reason I bring up a comic book is that Exodus to Mars, the Black Martians are our allies. So we have a military without having a military. All right. Polygamy is something that we should also ask for, and I'm on the Detroit Reparations Task Force, but let me put the disclaimer out now. The views and opinions you're about to hear belong to Anita Bell and the Reparations Labor Union, a bunch of black Jews in Detroit, but it does not belong to the Detroit Reparations Task Force because we have some of the same challenges as you're just describing happening in the Atlanta, Fulton County area. So, from a black Jewish perspective, we ask, we want to follow the Jews' pattern in receiving reparations. So you have to be a little Jewish here and deploy your weapon. Melanin. Melanin is our strength, and melanin is our weapon. So we have to either have a melanin strike or a melanin bank. All right. White Jewish reparations were paid after World War II ended in 1945. It was based upon a treaty. That treaty is the anti-genocide treaty that we know today, that the United States finally signed on to. Let's say they agreed to it or approved by the Senate in 1988. Did you hear that? 1988. Anyway. It took them that long because they were trying to figure out a way to not be charged for genocide because they committed genocide too, not just against blacks. Mind you, they dropped that bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So the Holocaust killed 6 million Jews, and it was an act of genocide. But what happened during that story? Einstein was rescued out of Nazi Germany, and he became the discoverer of the theory of relativity, which turned into the nuclear bomb or atomic bomb that Oppenheimer, another Jew. Yes, but you have to understand, sometimes the only way to stop a genocide is to start one. And that's what Oppenheimer did. He was not in Germany. His parents were immigrants from Germany. But he saw what was going on to the Jews in all of that part of Europe and said, how do we stop that genocide? And necessity is the mother of invention. He created a bomb. And he did admit, now I am the destroyer of worlds. But that weapon, and he might have meant for that weapon to be dropped on Germany. It was, racist America. It was dropped on Japan. But the Japan was the ally or the Axis co-conspirator with Germany. So Germany got the message, surrendered. Jews are still getting reparations from Germany to this day. And we're talking about nearly 80 years later. So now we're fast forwarding 80 years, and Elon Musk wants to repeat history. So he wants to colonize Mars because he claims he's afraid that there's going to be a nuclear war on Earth. But he advocates nuclear terraforming of Mars in order to make the atmosphere more compatible for Earthlings. Now, he wants to release a weapon on another planet. In order to do that, it better be unoccupied. Otherwise, isn't that an act of war? But I'm just saying make-believe when I write up Exodus to Mars and saying Black Martians, but maybe America knows Mars is occupied, and that's why Trump started a space force. Biden didn't disband it. Matter of fact, he just shot down some UFOs in February in Michigan. So if UFOs are just some crazy people with aluminum hats on, why do you have it now as a part of the armed forces? Wake up, people. They've known Martians were black over 100 years ago when Edgar Rice Burroughs wrote a comic book called The Princess of Mars. And that's why I chose this. With a Princess of Mars is answering you. Now you have to understand the real reason they're going up there. This month, it was supposed to take place on October 5th, but the window is until October 25th. This month, NASA and SpaceX will launch to Psyche, and that's an asteroid. That is the Princess of Mars. Forbes magazine has estimated Psyche to be worth $10 quintillion in gold and other precious metals. Some metals they don't even know what to do with yet. $10 quintillion. So if you are about to launch to an asteroid worth that kind of money, does it matter if the budget, whatever budget you have, if it's less than $10 quintillion, it doesn't matter. You can shut down government. We got the money to pay for everything, including reparations. We can only afford to give $25,000 to people between 80 and 95 who are still living from a tragedy that happened 100 years ago. No, it won't break your budget or cost a tax increase at all because you're launching to an asteroid worth $10 quillion on an unoccupied planet. So how can you not afford reparations, whatever price we put on it? But no. If you're just going to make the rich richer, then you can't afford reparations, you can't afford Social Security, you can't afford universal basic income, but Elon Musk will have a colony on Mars to mine an asteroid worth $10 quillion, and he ain't got a share. All right. For those of you who know Egyptology, like Elon Egyptian Musk does, Mars is actually Heru. Heru, or Horus, as the Greeks called him. And Heru, or the House of Heru, is the asteroid belt. But the House of Heru, or Het Heru, is also known as Hathor in the Greek. So I also come to you as Hathor. That was a female goddess. All right. Our black is worth more than even our gold. So let's say we own the asteroid belt, and we have to say that. Going back to our own religion, if we know the Egyptians are black, and we know that Mars is Heru, and they want to go and take your $10 quillion in gold and then tell you they can't afford to give you any of that, and you're going to just say, okay, you have black that's even worth more than the gold. Yesterday, spot gold was worth $1,832.79 for an ounce, or $58.93 for a gram. Synthetic melanin yesterday was $1,565.23 per gram. So I want you to understand the difference per gram. Look how much more melanin is worth than gold. And where do you have melanin? Not just your hair, your skin, your eyes, and in your blood. Melanin is so valuable because it can be used for cancer treatments and vaccines. Did we just have a pandemic? How much money was given to the pharmaceutical companies to save the lives of people all over Earth? How much money did America pay for all of that? But how much did you get for your service in providing the plasma that was used to obtain the melanin so that they could deliver that vaccine? Some people don't want to take that vaccine. They'll say it's because of the graphite. you got to just know a little bit of chemistry to do the math with graphite and melanin anyway. But there's other reasons, if you already have melanin, that maybe that's not going to be good for you, and that's where sometimes it might be counterindicated to take that vaccine if you have blood clotting problems. But if the coronavirus vaccine received all that government funding from a broke government just 2 years ago, then they can find the money to pay us now for saving their lives. Aren't they grateful? Aren't they grateful? So that we're talking about the government's paid drug companies, private individuals, but they didn't do it out of the goodness of their heart. They cost money, but what was our share worth? When you know the price of melanin, our share is worth so much more than the $100 somebody might be giving when they donate plasma. Maybe they'll get $200, but do you see how much leeway? You get $200 and they get $1,500, but that's not even per gram. I haven't even done the math to tell you when you donate for plasma, you're giving far more than 1 gram. This is why we have to go on strike just like the UAW and demand Ruby. We have some allies. Ruby is reparations and universal basic income. This is how you build coalitions with potential allies. You can build them with the women who are seeking reproductive freedom. You can build them with the Jews and the Japanese. Like the Jews, they want to keep some land. It's black land. We can decide, maybe we can do a compromise. You help me here, I help you there. And that's the type of relationship that is currently being built right now. We can form a coalition with the labor unions because electronic vehicles, artificial intelligence, robotics, all of that is going to take jobs, and take jobs from the so-called middle-class white people who went to college. They know how to code, and now a robot can code faster and better than them. And so they are going to be unemployed. That was the strike that happened out in California. Writers can now be replaced by ChatGPT. Teachers got to learn how to figure out when a kid is cheating, because all they got to do is put in the homework in ChatGPT, and now they can spit out geniuses like 10 seconds. Anyway, you have to learn all of that, and I'm a teacher, so I'm learning it. But what we have to do is understand that these emerging technologies are going to cause permanent layoffs, and these people are going to be non-retirement age. I will end quickly because we're at that point where if we go on strike, we tell them no Ruby, no Psyche, no side piece, and no melanin. Side piece is in Exodus to Mars. You'd have to look at Exodus to Mars and see the revenge of the side piece where the women say no justice, no peace. I get the most views on YouTube because of polygamy. Anyway. And saying there's a very big discrepancy in the number of women and the number of men. So if men can only have one wife at a time, that leaves 6 to 10 other women without a man and potentially without children. And if you have nobody to have sex with, you're urged to have sex with each other. We don't like that. So we're saying no justice, no peace. But if we could also say no justice, no plasma. No justice, no placenta. And as soon as you say no justice, no placenta, women's stem cells with melanin are worth more than gold. Black women can get you reparations. Black women can get you reparations. We have to go on strike. Do we want to go on strike during Breast Cancer Awareness Month? No. But we need some allies, and we need them now. We want reparations now. So if we have to say no melanin, then the people, the cancer patients, should say reparations now, Ruby now, as soon as we coerce their hands. All right, y'all, I'm done.
All right. Let me see if I can pull up the presentation. All right, that was definitely very powerful, Sister Anita. You know, since you mentioned medals, you know, I want to transition over to Brother Tylon. You know, you've of the restitution group. You know, can you explain a little bit more about the work you've done about the medals from Benin? Yeah, just press it. Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Okay, this is great. Yeah, yes, my name is Tylon Xavier Washington. I'm a filmmaker and an activist with the Restitution Study Group. You're a tough act to follow. And I just want to say, you know, to what you were saying and so many other people were saying, though, you know, people have money for what they want to pay for. Nobody respects us. No one takes us seriously. Nobody cares about our pain and our suffering but us. And I think in order to make them understand that we're serious, right, we have to stop doing the things that we know don't work. And in all respect to the brilliant scholars whose shoulders we stand on, who did the work and showed us that that's something we shouldn't be doing or something that we can be doing that's more productive. At the Restitution Study Group, we produced a film, and it was called They Belong to All of Us. And this film surprisingly won not just one award, but 2 awards at the Cannes Film Festival this year. And I want to make it available to each and every one of you absolutely free. I have postcards, and you can check it out because I don't want to, you know, take up too much time talking about so many of the particulars that are in the film that I think is just very, very important to talk about strategically. When we talk about strategizing, politicians are the middlemen. The real owners, our real owners are businesses. And our strategy has to be attacking businesses and business infrastructures. So when we look at like the Benin bronzes, and for folks who don't know, I have a little show and tell since I am a film director. I believe in visuals. Do you know what this is? This is called the manila. This is the coinage that was used to pay for our ancestors. 57 for a male, and 53 of these were used for women. This metal was melted down into something called Benin bronzes. I'm wearing one right now. One of these were worth $30 million at an auction. $30 million. There are currently, let's get my numbers right, over 10,000 of these globally, plus. And it's worth billions and billions of dollars. And what they're doing in front of our faces, because no one is watching, and they're hoping no one is going to educate you on this, and returning them back to the ancestors of our enslavers. What we've done is spend over $200,000 in legal fees fighting against the Smithsonian Institute and other museums throughout the world. Because if we had this and we put this into trust, that could be used as an economic base to further advance a lot of our initiatives. The Restitution Study Group has been fighting and has been successful under the direction of one of the greatest sisters I know, Tauheedah Bronner. I don't know if you know who she is, but you need to look her up. She sued Aetna, the Bank of America, and our approach is just like people are still hunting for folks who are Nazis. We need to hunt all of our Nazis, all of the people who had their hand in our suffering and continue to have their hand in our suffering today. So the film is called They Belong to All of Us. It's the Benin slave trade story. I wish that in terms of language, we would really call it a crime, because slavery doesn't really denote the crime. The crime is trafficking, sex trafficking, organ trafficking, right, and labor trafficking. We've been trafficked. And so when we identify that, now we can start saying that, we want reparations based on a crime. And we should hold accountable these institutions that are living their best lives, making so much money, hand over fist, and they are the real deciders. They put in those politicians. They elect those folks with their money. So we need to also get more sophisticated with our approach with regard to targeting businesses in a real, tangible, and meaningful way.
Brilliant, brilliant. So, Dr. Umoja, I want to go back to you a little bit, and you know a lot about the history of reparations in terms of some of the history you've done in terms of like Callie House and of course Mumbet and Sister Sudden. Can you also talk more about, if you're aware, like other groups like the Malcolm X Grassroots Initiative and the New African Independence Movement? What have they done in terms of fighting for local reparations, and how does that tie into the history of the reparations movement as a whole?
Well, following the lead of Queen Mother Audley Moore, Queen Mother Moore not only thought of reparations in terms of financial compensation, but she also thought of it in terms of the whole question of self-determination. And I think that's part of what I'm hearing from the Afrodescendant Nation as well, others, that you can't really talk about reparations without having the right to determine who you are as a people, what your relationship is to your former captors, your former slaveholders. And so the question of self-determination has to be on the table. Ultimately, we have to have the right to have a plebiscite to determine what our national will is. And it's not anything that begins with us. Several have called for that in the past, like the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense also called for a plebiscite. Several groups have historically, so that's a right. The other question that Queen Mother Moore would raise, besides what we typically think of as reparations, is the whole question of political prisoners. She would argue, how can we have a resolution of our situation and we still have people who are held captive for engaging in the struggle to free us? You know what I mean? For instance, one of our elders passed last year, Ahmed Obafemi. Ahmed Obafemi was arrested around reparations. He was, many of you heard of the COINTELPRO program at FBI, the counterintelligence program. In 1972, at the Democratic Convention, the Republic of New Africa had at that time what they called an anti-depression program, which was a reparations program, which was supported by the Mississippi delegation to the Democratic Party, to the convention. It was supported by the National Black Convention. Y'all might remember, some of us old enough to remember that in this room, in 1972, when activists from around the country created a black agenda, which included reparations. So that this was going to be discussed at the Democratic Convention. Chokwe Lumumba, who we mentioned before, went there to lobby for it. And Ahmed Obafemi, who was going there to support him on that, was arrested on spurious charges and spent 5 years incarcerated. So I would consider him a reparations political prisoner. But there are others from that area who are still incarcerated. Not to mention we have people who are in exile like Assata Shakur. So how can we say we had reparations, that it's been resolved, and we still have people who are held captive? So Malcolm X Grassroots Movement, that's been part of the issues that we've worked on, particularly recently having some of our elder political prisoners released on compassionate release, like Dr. Mutulu Shakur, who was able to come home and spend some time with his family before he passed, and several others. Sekou Odinga, who's was one of the people accused of freeing Assata Shakur. I guess he wasn't going to wait on the reparations issue. He and several others went and got her. So that's been some of the things around reparations. I also want to add this in the conversation, particularly hearing, I was thinking after hearing the last presentation, not the last one, second to the last. We got to use any means necessary. Any means necessary. And all of us are not going to do the same thing. Some of us are going to go the legislative right. But I think the summer of 2020, when these young people went out into the streets, I saw some things locally that people have been trying to get for 4 or 5 years. And they said it wasn't possible. All of a sudden it happened. People tell us the reparations can't happen. They used to tell us that segregation wouldn't end, that it'd be here forever. I assumed that during our ancestors' time, they said that enslavement was going to last forever. But over 186,000 black men fought in the Union Army. A lot of our ancestors escaped the plantation during that time and went over to the Union side and disrupted the Confederate economy. It could be done, but it's going to take a variety of means. A variety of means. I wouldn't discourage any. It could be a boycott. I hadn't thought about the melanin boycott, but if it take that, let's do that. I won't discourage any tactic to achieve the demand of reparations. So that'd be a brief answer to your question. Thank you.
That's very brilliant, very thought out. And, just to piggyback off of that, in terms of a lot of the young people that were doing it, like Dr. Huey Newton said it best when he said the youth always inherit the revolution, So I want to go back to Dr. Grills just a little bit. So in terms of the California Reparations Task Force, where do we stand now as of today?
Sunsetted, we ended July 1 of this year, of 2023. But that was after we held close to 200 hours of public hearings in 15 public meetings that most of them were 2 days long each, and included over 100 witnesses. We also had a very robust community engagement component that included dozens of community listening sessions, surveys and statewide polling, and the production of 2 major documents, an interim report that was 500 pages long, and the final report that was 1,100 pages long. I want to say that the real work in reparations, where you're taking a legislative route, is not trying to get a task force in place. That's important, that's hard to do, but once that task force or commission is in place, and then it does its deliberations, it comes up with its findings of harm, and then issues its recommendations for repair to the legislative body, whether that's at a state, city, county, or federal level, then the real work begins. And that's shepherding those recommendations through the legislative process such that something comes out the other end, and that something that comes out the other end respects the spirit and intention of the proposals that were put forth. We are at that stage right now. We are, an important thing that happened in our task force is that we included in the task force membership 2 members of the California legislature, a state senator, Senator Bradford, and a state assembly member, Assemblymember Joan Sawyer. That was a critical decision on the part of the state to do that, because they are now the ones shepherding our recommendations through the legislature. We don't have a strong commitment or belief in reparations among the California legislature. And our Black caucus is small in numbers. And they're trying to get united, but that's holding us up, if I'm going to be frank, that they're not. they're in support of the reparations effort, but we've lost unity around mission and method. So at this point, one recommendation has been put forth in terms of legislation by Senator Bradford, and it was related to the Freedmen's Bureau recommendation that was among, I think, there were, I would say, probably 3 or 4 recommendations that were contentious. The Freedmen's Bureau was one of them for a number of reasons that I won't go into now. But Senator Bradford saw that as a placeholder for kind of establishing beginning to establish an infrastructure within the state that could oversee some components of the reparations process. We have, we're expecting that several bills will be put forward, likely in December, and not voted on until the next legislative cycle. In the meantime, several members of the task force have in fact quietly joined forces, and in the coming weeks, we will be publicly releasing our strategy and share what we've been doing to try to ensure that our recommendations see the light of day.
You know, that's right. Awesome. All right. So, you know, with all these things that we're seeing with the local and the state and the national, I do want to kind of touch back in terms of how does that tie into the international perspective. So, Queen Harriet, where do we go from a reparations perspective? Where do we go from here internationally?
Well, before I could answer something like that, I let you know where we had gotten. Before I could go into something forward internationally, we'd have to finish up what was done in the past internationally. We didn't get a chance to do it in the earlier session. And for that, I need slides.
Yeah.
So could I come up there so I can see?
Yeah, you can come up here. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, let's go to the next slide. You all know who that is. How do you do this thing?
You can just move, use the down arrow key right here.
Uh-huh.
You can just use that to transition back and forth. So,
Well, this takes it to the next one?
the bottom one does. This one.
Oh, okay. All right. Some of these slides we have here. The first one is showing Silis Muhammad in action at one of the NGO sessions we had going there. And the second slide shows Silis Muhammad, who got us started in this, got the recognition of the UN to give us some time and attention, standing with our new representative who's also here. They're sitting close to each other. You two, please stand so they can see you. Ishmael Abdul Shabazz. He's taking over currently. Us old folks, you know, we have to pass this baton. You know, I'm up in my 80s. My husband is up in his 80s. And we've been working since we were kids. And we're getting tired. The third screen shows the culmination of a lot of work we were doing. It's out of sequence in terms of the years involved. I think this was about 2000, was it? Yes. This is in Durban, South Africa. Some of you have heard about the plenary of the World Conference Against Racism. Okay. a lot of us black folks from the States had gone to that conference. And we were there, we were ready to go, and there were so many other people there until we were really tight for time. So, I want you to know, too, your dear United States walked out of that conference. Just total disrespect for the rest of the world of color was feeling. So they just stepped up, walked out. And we did have, it was a full conference, well attended. And I want to give another thank you to Ida Hakeem Lawrence. Would you stand up, Ida? She has been very helpful with all for reparations and emancipation during the years that we have been working in the UN. And I witnessed that day. I saw her wear the heck out of those people at that conference. She first started off, and their government hadn't long changed then, so they still had a lot of white officers in charge of the security involved. So Ida got her little cane out, and she'd wobble up to them, and she'd tell them that she had some intervention she wanted to pass out, and they gave way to her. They would let her go into the special rooms, and she would pass out our interventions and get everything going smooth. And then when it came to the speaking engagement part, Ida wore them out about Mr. Muhammad. When are you going to let Mr. Muhammad speak? Is Silis Muhammad going to be given a chance to speak? Because they were dominating the whole conference. And I think he was the only black man that spoke during all those days we had at that conference. It was pitiful. I think there was one black woman that spoke on behalf of Africa, but he spoke on behalf of us. And that's him doing that in the middle of his speech. Okay, let's see, what else do we have? These are just showing different pictures we have on the Working Group on Minorities, 1998 to 2005. And the 1998 one is the first intervention he gave that I told you about earlier, where he laid it on them about their not giving us any protection under human rights laws because we didn't have any human rights laws. So before you start talking about protecting it, you need to give it back to us because it's been stripped from us. So that's that first show there. The second one shows Professor Mahedi. He was the expert from Morocco. And it was really unusual because Mahedi was sitting up on a platform. The room was about 4 times the size of this room. Professor Mahedi got up from his seat at the front table. He was so impressed with African Americans finally standing up for themselves and having something to say at the UN. He walked all the way down to where we were sitting to shake our hands and to thank us for having brought this problem to their attention because no one had been paying us any attention. That's the way it had been going. And they weren't going to pay us any attention. So Silis Muhammad is the one that had to bring it to him, and he did. And Mahedi worked with him in that second, I think that's them right there. In the second picture, you can show Mahedi talking through a translator to Silis Muhammad in getting some of these things cleared up. In the third picture is just he and I at work, working group. That's what we normally did. And the fourth picture over there shows some of the Afri people from the United States that were there at the UN. And we had very little money to work with. That's always been part of our problem. But it didn't discourage us from going over there. We did this for 17 years in a row because of what I had been told in the beginning of our training, that you won't even get any attention until you've been going 7 years in a row. So we did that. We did that. Down again. Let's see, did it change? Yes, this is, it's not showing here. That's Professor Hosea Ben-Goa. This is different from the screen. Oh, okay. All right. This is Professor Hosea Ben-Goa. He's the one that the United Nations used to make the contacts between the countries that had Afro-descendants in it. And he got with the government heads. He helped pick out the representatives from the country, 19 countries in all. And he helped suggest different places for us to go. One of our very first regional seminars was held right there in the palace in the Woodrow Palace, right there in Geneva. It gave us, and this is what Mr. Muhammad had asked for, it gave us a chance to discuss our problems as groups, as countries, because that had never been done before. It was translated into languages that was comfortable for us. And that we used Portuguese, Spanish, and English. With those three languages going, we were able to go back and forth over some of our problems going on. Then we went on and we had a meeting in, where is Johnny? We met in Montreal, Canada. Where is Johnny Mukarram hiding? Okay, he must be taking care of business. He stepped out? Okay. We had a meeting in Montreal, Canada. From there, we went on to La Ceiba, Honduras. Let's see if we can get a picture of that up there. Again, something that Professor Ben-Goa had picked, because there's a story behind that, and a lot of you are probably not aware of it. How many of you have heard of people called, what's the name of the people? I didn't bring up my note with me. The Garifunas. Have you ever heard of the Garifunas? Who? Who has? Yeah. All right, 2 or 3 people. All right. Garifunas. Oh, this Johnny, he's one of the people that went up to Chile, Santiago, Chile, to represent the Afris in that. But in La Ceiba, Honduras, we met the Garifunas. Let me tell you a story about them. They had been headed for the South America for slave trade. And a horrible storm occurred. It tore up the ship. And they managed to survive, and they landed on the shores of La Ceiba, Honduras. Since they had enough of them to form a community, and since they had survived the storm, they were bound for slavery, but never were actually in slavery. And a lot of us don't even know about them. They kept their culture, their language, their schools going, and they're still over there. And they started a few years ago having a lot of problems because now the coasts of La Ceiba, Honduras, had become popular, and a lot of big corporations were trying to get rid of them. And if they refused the offers, they were murdered. So these kind of problems were some of the things we wanted to hear about as to what are they doing to our people. So they were even able to bring that story right back to the UN and share it with the UN. So we got a chance to get acquainted with them, and we got a chance to keep some of the contacts going. And Ishmael Abdul Salam is going to renew some of those contacts and keep it going. Now, the last picture we didn't get to show you, well, that's some of us still at the UN, is a brother, what is his name? Osiris Akilah. That's him and his son on the right end. Osiris is in the white, son is in the red. They were supposed to have been part of our meeting today, I think. Not present? Oh, okay. But they had come to the UN. They had made themselves known in the struggle, along with Cobra and our beloved Dorothy Lewis. She came on a couple of occasions. Dorothy came with a little book one day that she was going to read to the UN. And I said, Dorothy, that's not going to work. They're going to give you 3 minutes, girl. That's all you have. So I took her book and I cut it down to 3 minutes. She didn't like it, but it had to be done. Because the way they would do you at the UN, if you were passionate, and most of us were, we had suffered for centuries. We had a lot to tell. We had spent a lot of money out of our pockets, coming over there, staying in hotels, eating the whole bits. And then the UN says, well, you have 3 minutes. We had one brother, Brooks Robinson. And he had done that. And when they gave him 3 minutes, he was so disgusted with them, he took his whole 3 minutes to bless them out. To give him 3 minutes to discuss what had happened to us during slavery and throughout the slave diaspora. He just said, well, forget that. But he's still working with us. He's still part of this group of panelists we have up here. He's an economist by profession, and he's associated with another economic group, and they have put together a long-term strategic plan that covers about the next 100 years as far as reparations is concerned. So our people are doing work in that area. We've had writers of books, From Here to Equality. Was that on sale outside? I didn't get to see. It was? Also, something about Black Reparations project. All right. Many, many years went into that work. So we're not starting from scratch. We need to use that knowledge and go forth from there. And our last regional seminar was down in Peru. They flew us into Lima. As we got off the planes, I thought it was kind of strange, but we had automatic machine gun accesses, and they were the escorts from the airport to the hotels. We went out in groups because the main conference was going to be in the Hacienda seminar in Honduras. All this happened about 2005, I think, 2005. Yeah, Chincha, Peru. But the story behind Chincha, Peru could put you in tears. We found out, and we didn't stay there because Hosea Ben-Goa thought it would be too emotionally difficult for us as a group to stay actually in that hacienda once we found out that during the slavery diaspora, slaves were brought to their shores. Slaves were used to dig a 11-mile tunnel underground so they could go from the ocean right to this great big hacienda. And all of that was done so they wouldn't have to pay taxes to their government on slaves. And it was just sad. Some of us went down into the tunnels. Yes.
Can you speak into the microphone a little bit?
A little more?
Yeah, a little more, please.
Okay.
Yeah, just people on live stream are having difficulties.
All right. We went down into those tunnels. And I'm not a spooky person by no means. But there was a presence down there. Just knowing what had happened and knowing that our people were forced to dig that 11-mile tunnel. Can you imagine what that took? And some of them died in the process of doing it. And we would see bones down there. It wasn't a total, complete skeleton, but different collection of bones. And they assured us those were the bones of our ancestors. They left them there so that we could see them. And then when you came up out of the tunnel, you came up in the middle of the hacienda. And from the hacienda, they had like a torture room right next to it for those of us, mostly men, who would act up. You know, they'd have their heads and their arms in there. And then they'd leave them in the position for probably days till you suffered tremendously from it. Right next to the torture chamber was a big Catholic church. And then right in the Catholic church, I noticed a little statue showing a black man with a broom. And I don't know if any of you have been there to see that, but that's what we were exposed to. And we were so touched by that until we held hands. That's a picture with Dorothy Lewis. Can you see that one? That's Dorothy Lewis up there, down in the actual tunnel. And it had really affected us so badly. Even though we couldn't talk to each other, we formed a circle and we said prayers in our different languages because the South Americans use Spanish. There are 70 million Brazilians that are only comfortable speaking Portuguese. So some of them were represented there. And then there were those of us from the United States and Canada who were only comfortable with English. And we stood there and prayed together. Then the next picture over of the large group shows all of us gathered outside. I think that's when we had gone back for a conference. Lima was the closest to the Chincha setup that they had. And it shows our contingency from the United States and then from some of the other countries throughout the South America and throughout the Southern diaspora. After that meeting, that was another meeting. I left that one out, the one in La Ceiba. After a week at that conference, we were talking about how we wanted to be identified. And the discussion went on and on all week long. Everybody got to put in their viewpoint. The South Americans outnumbered us. Like I told you, there were 70 million Brazilian Afro-descendants. you know, twice our number. And at the end of the week, the name Afrodescendants was accepted by all of us. So that's how, and that is why Afrodescendants is used now by the United Nations. But it got started back at that one of those sessions that we had to start getting Afro-descendants on the books of the UN and give us some authority. So all y'all from the States, I don't want to hear nothing about, well, we didn't have no say-so in this, and we don't want to be called Afro-descendants. It's a little too late to complain about that now, because that decision was made. It was made in a democratic process. Definitions were written. My husband and I wrote out a definition that very same night. And Professor Bengoa announced to us, you're supposed to have a meeting down at a restaurant he named. We said, oh, really? About what? Oh, well, just be there for the dinner. So we were there for the dinner. And then there was the leader that represented the Cubans from the South, from the slavery diaspora, very strong-willed woman. And she was sitting with us. And we're looking at each other like, so what are we supposed to do? What's going on here? And then a United Nations interpreter sat down with us. And he had taken the definition that my husband and I put together, and Ida had put it into readable form. And we went line by line. And she listened. She was a tough woman, too. She listened, and she had this deadpan expression with the first line or so. Then we get into the second portion of it. Then we get in the third, the fourth, the fifth. It basically said, in essence, that we were the group of people that had been taken out of Africa by force, that we had been systematically raped all during the slavery period, and that we had, some of us, like the Garifunas, had been totally cut off from our African ancestry during the process of trying to make them into slaves. So we included all of that in the definition. And then when we got down to the end of it, her whole disposition had changed dramatically. She was smiling, she was happy, she was very content. And it was very refreshing for us to have gone through a week and known that this was the first time ever that I know of that we as black people were able to name ourselves, you know. So be happy with the word Afro-descendants. It wasn't forced down your throat. It's something we chose to be called. Now, the picture of the group, first column, second one down. That's the contingency from the United States that was representing us there. Right under there are some of our brothers, some of whom are right here today. And the other group was some of the leaders there from some of the other countries. And the sister in the middle looks like a green, blue suit on she has, and her associate. They were from Brazil. And they carried a lot of punch from Brazil. And they were so pleased with how everything had turned out. And Edna, that's her name. Edna had actually just grabbed my husband and squeezing the life out of him. She was so happy with what had taken place. And we thought that we used that as a working definition of the term. We were going to clean it up when we had our next meeting. And then we found out that behind the doors, without a lot of discussion, the entire Human Rights Working Department had been closed down and replaced with a Human Rights Commission. And most of those people that are in the Human Rights Commission didn't know up from down about human rights. That hadn't been their specialty at the university level. And the like Jose Bengoa that we had been using had been a professor in the subject, you know. And so it was very crushing to all of us to have been doing all of this work all these years and to have seen ourselves making progress, to have seen the UN go to the point of putting us together in different parts of the diaspora for specific reasons. You know, like meeting the Garifuna, which we didn't know existed, you know, and going to see the Hacienda, because most of the time that's kept out of that's a secret to the world, how badly they have been done with that. And for them to close us, it crushed me. I got to crying, thinking about all the money I had lost from my law practice for 17 years. And then without even a discussion, they closed it all down. But it shows you we were going somewhere. They got scared to death, you know. And Professor Bengoa was so upset. And he said, "Your Uncle Sam did this." Yeah, yeah. And I told him, he ain't my uncle. But that's why we kind of backed off from being active with what was going on at the international level, because there had been a lot of changes take place. We had seen some sabotage take place. This was evidence of more sabotage. And then it's going to take time for the Human Rights Council to get it together and learn what to do and what's going on. They finally did get something together. They have been going on, and they recently asked for some ideas and presentations. So after we put together a presentation, and I don't know that we have time for it, but I had asked Ida to come up and read it. Do we have time for that? Where? The next session? Okay. We'll have her read that to you. But things are going on. We're doing better. Thank you.
All right, everybody, since we are getting close to that time, I would like to ask speakers and their guests if they can stay behind for just one moment. Everyone else, we're getting ready to start our dinner break. That is going to be from 4 to 5, and after that, we will begin our breakout session. So please be back by 5 o'clock. Again, speakers and their guests, please stay behind for just one moment. Upstairs. All right, and breakout sessions will be taking place upstairs, second floor. Huh? Okay. All right, except for the people in the strategic meeting. Everyone else will be in the breakout session, so. Hey, how you doing?
all, because, you know, you can share your ideas, but you're not coming to argue.
And it's true. And I know we're just maybe but kind of spoken. Let me just say this. I've been knowing her that long. I have not been knowing her that long. I have not. And some of the members that call themselves ADOS, they do engage in some confrontational things. But I can honestly tell you, whenever I've been on a panel with her, and again, this is just me talking to you after getting it sent to me. This is nothing, I would talk to her, and I think it was a bad mistake. Because she does, I use myself as an example. I get a bad rap. Some people say that I'm this and all that, and I'm really not. She gets it as well. And when again, since I swear it's just you and I talking, when we're talking about unification, and someone is, what's the word, as known as she is, and known to have a different, it makes it look bad in my opinion. When they send out a press release as if, you know, it is sort of censored.
And I totally understand. So I had to make like a, and I had to make like an executive decision when she had sent this out, because some of her people were saying she's joined the Afrodescendant Nation, right? And then she sent out, I'm sure.
Okay, I see what you're saying. And you know what? I see what you're saying. And again, remember, me and her don't talk. Let's just say she doesn't send that. Maybe you don't do that, and then you do get to see how brilliant she is. So maybe it's messy.
I've heard her talk, so I think she's brilliant.
You probably would never have had her on if you didn't think so.
Okay. So, but it was causing so much unrest.
And see, that's sad because...
And that's why a lot of people are not here today.
Yeah, that's bad.
I'm glad maybe you spoke. They're not here today. But I want to talk with her. I want to sit down, you know, and meet with her. It's no problem. But...
Remember again, for the fifth time, I don't represent her. I mean, I just know of the sister, and I think she's a cool sister. And she's a great additive to this.
I think she is too. So I'm looking forward to meeting her and then sitting down and just going through and explaining everything that occurred.
Approach me like Nana, which is a term of respect, but then it was always because they wanted something. But then there was one place we went, and there was two places we went. There was an exception, and one. And then one Sunday they had a gathering, and we were treated as.
Wonderful songs. Give it up for Victoria Brady, Pastor Brady. We're woo-wee! Talk about a change up. Okay.
All right, all right. I want you to give it up for yourselves for coming from all across the country. Unfortunately, this air conditioning has really worked on me today. But that's all right. We're going to do what we do. This next song is like an anthem for us. All of you, maybe not the younger ones, but most of you should know this song. So I want you to sing along. It was first recorded by Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes.
Teddy Pendergrass singing lead.
With Teddy Pendergrass singing the lead.
Yeah.
And it's called Wake Up, Everybody. So why don't you stand up on your feet? We've been sitting all day long. You knew that was coming? Yeah, let's stand up. And when we get to the chorus, I want everybody to join in. And the words are what? The world won't get no better if we just nah. The world won't get no better. We got to change it, yes. Just you and me. Give me just a second. Y'all, this air conditioning is wearing me out. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold up. Wait a minute. All right. Let's go. Come on, put your hands together. We've been sitting all day. Come on, let's celebrate this great victory that we have for today. And even beyond the day. Turn it up. Turn that one up. Turn the music up. Wake up, everybody. No more sleeping in bed. They're the ones to you know what? We got to start that over. We got to start it over. I'm sorry. That's why I need it up a little bit so I can hear it a little bit better. That's all right. Come on. All right.
Not yet.
Not yet. I see you back there. I see you. Hey. Wake up, everybody. No more sleeping in bed. No more backward thinking. The world has changed so very much from what it used to be. There's so much hatred, war, and poverty. Wake up, all the teachers. Time to teach a new way. Maybe then they'll listen to what you have to say. They're the ones who's coming up, and the world is in their hands. When we teach our children, teach them the very best we can. Hey, y'all, the world won't get no better if we just let it be. Na, 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 Cobra? How about Reparations United? All right, all right, all right. Afrodescendant Nation. Are we gonna do this thing? Are we gonna do it? Are we gonna do it? Books over balls. Are you in the house? All right, they stepped out. All right, all right. That's all right. Come on, sister. What's yours again?
Reparations Labor Union.
Reparations Labor Union. Are you in? Oh. How about the new Black Panther Party? Oh, yeah. I know that we can do it. I know that we can do it, yeah. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, yeah. Whoa! The world won't get no better, y'all, if we just let it be. All right, you all can take your seats for my final song for the night. Again, I'm very, very grateful for the invitation to participate as a vocalist, and I heard Sister Anita talking about how every movement, every Black movement has to have music. That's what got us over, y'all. And then, not to mention prayer. So some prayer and some music. Y'all ain't gonna tell me we can't do this thing. Who said that? What you say? What you said? He said we can do it. Is he right about it?
Yeah.
Is he right about it?
Yeah.
When I say reparations, you say what?
Now.
What did Attorney Malik tell us to say? Reparation.
Now.
Reparations.
Now.
Reparations.
Now.
Reparations.
Now.
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 Now. Now.
Now. Now.
Now. Now.
Now.
Now.
Now.
Now. Now.
Now.
Now. Now. Now.
All right, who's that over there trying to out-sing me? Don't be doing that, girl. You ain't supposed to be doing all that now. All right, I know we got other performers, but all respect and honor to Queen Meshaki and the Honorable Silis, who I love so much, and my sister, President Dr. Sister Akilah. Y'all forgive me if I'm being a little informal, but I just really appreciate everyone, and anytime I see Brother Kamm, I'm always excited because I know your work and what you're doing, your press, the sacrifice, and so I'm going to dedicate this song to all of us. And this voice of mine is going to cooperate in spite of the air conditioning. All right, we're ready. This is one by the late, great Whitney Houston. I think it really fits what we're doing here today. I'm going to turn it back over to our wonderful moderator.
MC.
The who?
MC.
The MC, but you got a name, brother.
Yeah, just the names aren't important. Anyway, grab the microphone, please. I got one at a time.
Okay, he's making me give up the mic. That's the first time in my life that's happened, but here you go, my brother.
Sometimes you gotta be the Ayatollah. But anyway, so without further ado, I'm going to introduce our next performer, Brother Kamaal Shabazz. Where are you at, brother?
Right here. Check. Mic check, 1, 2.
Oh, got your mic? Okay, good.
Is this my mic?
Yeah, yours is. Do this one. This one should be.
Mic check, 1, 2. All right. We on?
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Without further ado, let's get to it. How's everybody feeling tonight?
Great, wonderful.
I'm ready. Oh, and by the way, today is my birthday, so please show some love.
Happy birthday!
Oh.
Yeah. Yo, for my
One time for my birthday. Two times. Hey. Yo, we celebrating the 50 years of hip hop. 50 years of hip hop is the anniversary. Yeah. I'm a true MC, by the way, too. So listen to the lyrics. Check it. I've been a king since my adolescence, that's natural selection. I got a crown collection from my actual progression. In a matter of seconds, I can have your possessions. Cause to be or not to be, that is the question. Go grab a session of therapy if you have depression. Cause on a cellular level, bad connection. I'm in the house of God and he ain't even passed inspection. Ask the pastor, who's the master, status correction. Show enough, I'm Bruce Lee with the glow up, it's robust. It goes down at God's speed, I never slow up. I show up and flex, drop the bomb. Hold up, this message will self-destruct when I blow up. I used to dream of being famous when I grow up. Now I'm on Instagram hoping the trolls don't scroll up. You know what? If you're hating, I'ma block. It's Kamaal Shabazz on the gram. The real ones are Fowler. Holla.
Rockefeller.
Yeah.
Y'all know what this is. We're giving y'all 5 seconds to put your drink down and report to the dance floor immediately.
50 years of hip hop, everybody.
We're giving y'all 5 seconds to get close to an exit.
This is where we at with it.
It's about to get real ugly in here.
All right, y'all ready?
5 seconds is up.
I'm celebrating my birthday, so we about to do it like this right here. Come on. Go, 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 go. Reparations, it's my birthday. Hey, the new Black Panther Party. Reparations on my birthday. Hey, yeah. Let's get it. Reparations, 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 reparations. Yeah. I see Cobra in the building. Hey, I said reparations on my birthday. Represent your organizations. I need you to let us know who you are. Reparations. Yeah. Hey. Let me get a drink. I see you in the back. Reparations. Yeah. I feel the spirit of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
You know,
Is that Kamala Harris right there? No, really, give it up for Sykes. Y'all know she wasn't going to make it here tonight. We wish she would. Kamala, you're cordially invited. But nah, this is my song right here. I wrote this song right after her and Joe Biden were elected. And I just had a profound message for her. This is called A Love Letter from Kamaal to Kamala. I hope you like it.
You would want him free.
By the way, it's on YouTube, all social media platforms. I got flyers for everybody. I'm wearing a backpack because I'm a backpacker representing hip-hop. The essence where we had messages. Y'all know this song right here. Check this out.
Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No. Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
I grabbed my phone and I zoomed the vice president, y'all. A little hesitant to introduce myself as Kamaal, cause she got a white husband. To me, he's a dub. And for the first time in her life, she needs some black love. Hey, yo, Kamala, why you never answer my call? This is a citizen's arrest. Put your hands on the wall. Now you see how this it feels. You're black and being profiled. What's the big deal? I heard you home with tip drills in your sorority. Then moved back to California with a law degree. And even went from lawyer to Senate majority. Then horribly turn your back on most minorities. Political seniority got you a position of authority, so treat it like a business and represent us corporately. The black agenda's something you should endorse for free. So turn the tables round or come up off your seat. And now that I have your attention, I'm glad you listened to my black aristocratic position. Flip the matrix on his back and put it back in the system. I'm the black nationalist at democratic conventions. That's black love.
It is my honor to be here. Stand
That's
on
black
the
love,
shoulders
y'all.
of those who came
Malik
before
Shabazz in the building.
Speak tonight.
New Black
is your
Panther
vice
Party.
president.
That's black love.
In many ways, this moment embodies our character as a nation. It demonstrates who we are, even in dark times.
Check it. We went from Coretta to Betty Asada. Now it's Kamala. What's going on like Marvin Gaye? Make me wanna holler. We giving you the benefit. If we don't benefit, you won't hear the end of it. We descended from American slaves, we're not immigrants. So our sentiments is liberated censorship. Under Trump was like 4 years of Schindler's List. No more fears, the power you possess is limitless. You can advise Joe Biden with your influence. Pardon me, I speak for prisoners that's innocent. Making long story short, suspending sentences so they no longer reminisce. Freedom from the premises, reparations. Black people need a stimulus. No more games unless we playing Sega Genesis. Is you the wicked witch of the West Wing, a wizard of Oz? Make a decision. This letter's from Kamaal Shabazz with black love.
Failure of states to integrate public schools in America. I was part of the second class to integrate
Say it with me. Get ready. That's black love.
after Brown v. Board of Education.
Because your city council made that decision.
So that's where the federal government must step in.
See, I'm just trying to appeal to you, Kamala. I know it's pronounced Kamala, trust me, I have the same problem with my name. But I heard you love rap music, so I dedicated this to you. I hope you like it. And no disrespect to your husband, but you and I have this 4-year relationship ahead of us, and our status is complicated, so I need you to prove your love to me and my people so we can just go our separate ways. But hey, I love you.
Hey, hip hop will never die. 50 years, it's still alive. I'm Kamaal Shabazz, representing from West Coast to the East Coast. You know it. Shout out to everybody up in the building. All right, without further ado, we're gonna get right to it. I know what y'all came in for. Here we go.
Good evening,
Reparations anthem.
You have previously stated that you support
Now, I
race-based did reparations this song right for here
in
blacks who have suffered because of slavery, segregation, and housing inequalities.
2019.
In your opinion, what would be the best way to implement reparations?
I believe that we have never fully addressed in this country the original sin of slavery.
I did these songs.
I think we've passed kneeling. I think everyone knows what the issue is. We're done with that. You know what the issue is? You know why we're kneeling? Okay, we all know the issue now. Okay, next.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Kamaal Shabazz, affectionately known as the Malcolm Experience. And I invite y'all to this discussion on reparations. Class is in session. Put your thinking cap on and listen. And only speak when spoken to. This right here is the anthem, like it or not. Oh yeah, this ain't a diss song, this a real song.
No one's trying to quiet me, and to be honest, it's not something I'm gonna be quiet about. I'm gonna speak the truth when I'm asked about it. This isn't for publicity or anything like that. This is for people that don't have a voice.
Coons and buffoons belong in cartoons, dragged in dark rooms and stabbed with harpoons. We here for reparations, prepare for separation. If you're sick of it, come here and get this medication. Accreditation for all our blood, sweat, and tears. We made reservations for over 400 years.
Your people have been fighting for 400 years. And your peoples too. Explain it. Not everybody knows what you're talking about.
Radio Raheem, you know we've been fighting 400 and still fighting to this day. To this day.
You owe us to show us the money. It's time you pay a fee to the African American descendants of slavery. That's on God. I come with proof like some hard liquor. If I declare, well, I hope you bring your Trump card with you. You raped our sisters and that was our queens. Man, y'all some jokers. Prepare to feel the wrath of the kings. See, I'm an African king, not T'Challa. I'm every Killmonger. We might be cool, I'm in it. The next one I steal on you. A real monster, feel nigga that'll steal from you. Then make a profit and send it to Emmett Till, mother.
What we are faced with. And this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington,
reparations.
in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
Our ancestors ain't died for us to sleep. Wolf of Wall Street feeding on you hungry sheep. That's deep, like holy water in the pool. Some niggas just want a 40 cause they the stubborn mules. See, the number one rule is you can't be a toothless lion. If all you do is crying, then ain't no use in trying. See, we look stupid fighting each other, our brothers. It's like a motherfucking white man's under your covers. Secret lovers, what we discovered, we never recovered from all the trauma. So now I'm Jeffrey Obama, Barack Obama, Akilah Osama. Let's get our act together and kill the fucking drama.
Reparations. My name is Kamaal Shabazz. I love you. Affectionately known as the Malcolm Experience. Check me out on every social media platform, YouTube.
Land, of course, and greetings.
Thanks to everybody. Man, I know y'all just heard from me in the workshop, and it's just so many greats and so many legends here that I almost feel uncomfortable y'all hearing from me so much, but so I'm going to have to blame that on the Honorable Silis Muhammad and his staff. But I guess he sees something in me to give me this assignment. So I thank you for giving me these few moments to move this process along. I wish this mic could move a little bit.
It is a microphone.
It is. Oh, there it is. All right. Okay, so I won't be long, but I have to be strong. First of all, give all yourselves a strong round of applause. Everybody give your hand a strong round of applause. It's been a great day, a strong day, and this is a great convention. I mean, the persons that are here mean something, and you all mean something. And so we first, again, in this evening and in these closing sessions here, we give honor to God, but we also know that we are part of a process. So we're going to give honor here to Sister Queen Harriet Tubman. We're going to give honor to Nat Turner. We're going to give honor to Denmark Vesey, honor to Sojourner Truth, honors to the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, honors to Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, honors to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. It's his Earth Day today. That's right. That's right. It's the birthday. Honors to the great minister Malcolm X. Honors to the Black Panther Party. Honors to Dr. King. Honors to all of the sisters and Fannie Lou Hamer, Medgar Evers, Mario Bedelli, Johnny Cochran. Honors to all those unnamed and unknown, lesser known freedom fighters that gave just as much. In fact, they gave their lives. And so I greet you in the name of my leader, who is the reason why I'm here today. He's a student of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and he's a bold black man, a courageous black man that gave his life for this cause and left his footprint here in this revolutionary movement. I speak of the Honorable Dr. Khalid Muhammad. And let's give the Afrodescendant Nation a strong hand. Give them a hand. Let's give Cobra a hand. He's been here with us all day. You know, these conferences can be long, but they are strong. I'm talking about that great Professor Akilah Umoja. Let's give him a hand. Let's give past president of Cobra, Sister Queen Ifya Ngwaza, a strong hand. Brother Kamm Howard a hand. All the elders a hand. This is a great day and a great beginning. Okay, so I think my job is, I know you've heard plenty of facts today. I know you've heard plenty of research today. And so I guess my job is to help tie this together. I try to be a person that is a facilitator. I'm not as long-standing in this movement as those who have went to Durban in 2001 and other greats who are here. I don't want anybody thinking that I'm here to get out of my place. I'm in the middle of a process that began before me. To the Madam President, Sister Akilah, Madam President of the Afrodescendant Nation. Let's give her a hand. Madam President. And to an unheralded black woman who has worked tirelessly to bring us together and is dedicated zealously. I'm talking about Dr. Tauheedah Bronner. Excellent. Sister Kamaal Shabazz is throwing down, and I want to thank everybody, but I'm going to run out of my minutes, so I better get right into it. But really, gratitude, because this is an important day and an important subject matter. Matter of fact, it's more than of the reparations movement, if we make it. It's a critical point and can be known historically as a critical point if we make it. I think we should agree on a certain set of material facts. One material fact is that I'm going to honor the man that has brought us together, the man that has given decades to this cause, a man whom, in my opinion, is underappreciated, that he's undervalued, but he is sincere, he's steadfast, and the time for his ideas from the womb of his mind has come. We have been brought here together by a true disciple of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, a true apostle of the messenger of God, a man that when you're with him and you see him, he comes in the very mold and the demeanor and the spirit of Elijah. And so the Honorable Silis Muhammad, man, I think we need to honor him. The Honorable Silis Muhammad should be honored. That's our elder. This is our leader. This is one who has pained and has suffered to get this idea across, and we are working to get his ideas across. The Honorable Silis Muhammad, man.